Chapter 453. But when Mephisto displayed his strength, Andesha immediately wanted to use her strength to suppress him. Both of them were prideful people. However, Giant Plant was an 8th circle druid spell, and also the highest circle druid spell that tree herders could cast. Its effect was to increase the strength of the plants by more than 10 times due to their size. In other words, the power of the vines under Andesha's command was not inferior to a true elemental awakened warrior. The dragon-like vines weaved a net in the air, and under Andesha's command, they sealed off all of Mephisto's escape routes. The Ash Sword Saint had no choice but to face them head-on. But Mephisto did not panic. He slowly came to a stop and raised his head to look at the giant tentacles that were waving in the air. The tentacles pounced towards him. He raised his sword and activated Grey World. Then, he swung the sword upwards with both hands. Even though they were about 100 meters away, Brando and Vahina suddenly felt the world turn dark. It was as if the only thing left in the world was the grey sword in Mephisto's hand. The grey line extended diagonally upwards and divided the world into two. Then, time stopped. With the sound of something breaking apart, the tentacles in the air were all cut off at the same time from their roots. Green liquid gushed out from the severed parts. One could imagine the scene of countless dragons being severed in the air and falling to the ground. It was a spectacular sight. Then, the broken plants fell backward one after another. From mid-air, it looked like a chrysanthemum had bloomed in the forest, but this chrysanthemum was green. The vines fell to the ground with a loud crash and swept through a patch of ancient trees in the forest. Smoke and dust filled the air. Mephisto had expended a lot of energy after using the sword. He propped his sword on the ground and gasped for breath. But Andesha was not in a good state either. Her spell was completely destroyed in an instant, and the backlash from the spell almost caused her to explode. In the end, the woman clenched her teeth and sacrificed herself to save the king. Her left hand exploded into a pile of green paste, releasing all the magic power from her left hand. Only then did she manage to save her life. Andesha snorted and glared at Mephisto. She had never suffered such a loss when she fought against the great mages of the Silver Union. The mages were cautious, and their attacks were predictable, unlike Mephisto, who attacked as if he didn't care about his own life. A moment of carelessness would put her in a passive position. "Hamel, how long are you going to wait, you bastard?" She finally couldn't help but roar. "Do you want to be a bystander so that you can reap the greatest benefits?" Hearing this, Mephisto was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to have helpers. Although he had gained a lot of benefits from the previous attack, that attack had gathered almost the entire power of the Grey Realm. Now, he was also unable to continue the attack and could not even gather the scattered elements. He took a deep breath and looked around. He saw a man wearing a golden-red priest robe walk out from behind the smoke. "Are you a cleric from the Holy Cathedral of Fire?" Mephisto frowned when he saw the man's attire. At this time, Brando also saw the man's appearance. Cleric Amon had almost passed by them. Of course, even if he had passed through them, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. However, after Brando confirmed that this man was indeed the dead Amon, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although this man did indeed look like Amon, his face was as pale as a sheet of wax, and his body was covered with black livor mortis. This was not what a living person should look like, but more like an undead. In Brando's view, this was somewhat similar to an undead resurrection spell. This spell was one of Won's famous witchcraft. It could turn a person into an undead at the moment of death, but to cast it, a part of the person's soul had to be separated and placed in a container. Of course, this container could not be a jar or a box, but a living person without a soul. As for how a living person could become an empty container without a soul, this went without saying. This forbidden spell was strictly forbidden by the Holy Cathedral, and only the necromancers of Madara and some cultists would study it. Thus, Brando confirmed that Amon was definitely a spy the moment he saw him. However, his relationship with Andesha did not seem to be that of the tree herders. In fact, there were countless cultists in Wonde, and the All-for-One and tree herders were just two of the more powerful ones. Similar to the silver heavenly snake in the sheephead cult, there were terrifying legends about them everywhere. However, Brando could not help but squint when he saw the black ring on Amon's finger. It seemed that this guy did not intend to return to the Holy Cathedral after his death, so there was no need to hide his identity. The ring was the symbol of the All-for-One. "It's really him, Cleric Amon," Vahina whispered. Brando nodded. The All-for-One has really infiltrated the human world thoroughly. Even though they were close, Amon did not hear the conversation between Brando and Vahina. He only smiled at Mephistopheles. Good eyesight, but that was just this one's past identity. A dignified cleric of the Holy Cathedral is actually a cultist. The people of Cruz are really depraved. Mephistopheles glanced at Amon and said with some disdain. "Count Mephisto, I don't agree with what you're saying. Priest Amon is just one of the rare examples. Besides, Priest Amon isn't from Kurlutz. How can you generalize?" A voice suddenly came from the other side of the fog. Brando raised his eyebrows when he heard this voice. "Veronica, why is she here?" But what surprised him even more was that this Cruz goddess of war seemed to be on the same side as Mephistopheles. How did they get together? He thought that the Ash Sword Saint would never compromise with anyone from Cruz even if the world fell apart. But before Veronica's voice died away, a green light flashed from the other side of the fog. At that time, Amon was about to attack the immobile Mephisto, but the sound of flapping wings suddenly came from the fog. Following that, a flock of green birds suddenly broke out of the fog, flapping their wings as they rushed towards him. The birds seemed to be made of light, and their blue indigo colors were beautiful enough to take one's breath away. But Amon's expression changed when he saw them. These beautiful creatures were actually dangerous, and every feather on their body was sharper than a real longsword. This was because they were made of Veronica's sword aura. Sky Wall. Vahina couldn't help but shout when she saw these green birds. "It's Lady Veronica." Amon immediately retreated, and 8 runes appeared one after another around him. Then, a hexagonal wall of light suddenly appeared in front of the green birds. The birds crashed into the wall one by one, causing ripples, but they all disappeared in the end. Brando recognized this spell as one of the strongest defensive spells of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, Divine Shield. The effect of this spell was to block all attacks, but Amon's spell was obviously much weaker. It seemed that his compatibility with this type of spell had decreased a lot after turning into an undead. Perhaps in a few days, Amon would completely lose these spells, but at least for now, he could still be considered a powerful cleric. Amon took a step back and looked warily at the lady who came out from the fog. However, Brando looked at the long sword in Veronica's hand with a strange expression. If he wasn't wrong, that sword should be the Ash Sword's backup weapon, the runic sword Gunnies. Since when did the two of them have such a good relationship that they could even exchange backup weapons? Could it be that the Ash Sword Saint's hatred for Cruz's people was just a lie? Or did Veronica cast some kind of spell on him? Brando looked at Veronica and couldn't help but think with a hint of malice. The goddess of war of the Empire was over 100 years old, but she looked like she was in her early 30s. She was still very attractive to Mephisto. Although the Ash Sword Saint was younger, the difference in age wasn't that big. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Could it be that the Ash Sword Saint and the goddess of war of the Empire had really fallen for each other? It wasn't impossible for them to forget about each other with a smile. "Hey, Vahina," Brendel couldn't help but ask, "why are they together? Did Lady Veronica use the legendary honey trap on Mephisto?" Don't talk nonsense, Lady Veronica wouldn't do that." Vahina looked at the scene with her mouth agape, and said with a little lack of confidence. But even though Brando was spouting nonsense, he was still a little worried. He looked around, hoping that Scarlet didn't follow them. Unfortunately, he was disappointed because he soon saw the girl behind Veronica. "Sigh, aren't you just causing trouble for me, Lady Veronica?" Brando sighed when he saw Scarlet. "Let's go out and meet up with Lady Veronica," Vahina suggested softly. Brando immediately grabbed her arm. "Wait, let's see what happens first." "What's there to see? Your little lover is here, are you not going to stay?" Vahina looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Hey, aren't you a noble's daughter? How can you say something like that? Brando couldn't help but cough. Besides, are you stupid? We're in the dark while the enemy is out in the open. Why do you have to go out and let them be on guard? Vahina was stunned. She didn't expect Brando to come up with such an idea. She blushed. Of course not, it's just that I'm not as despicable as you, always thinking about sneak attacks. Are you a noble or not? Aren't backstabbing, poisoning, and assassination your Kurlut's noble specialties? It seems like what I'm doing is in line with your values, right? Brendel replied. Vahina was speechless. She turned around and glared at him with gritted teeth. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 454. When Veronica walked out of the fog, the priestess of the former holy cathedral was just as shocked as Brando. Before he could react, the Azure Lady spoke to him. Priestess Amon, you really surprised me. You too, Lady Veronica. Amon replied with a solemn expression. What a surprise. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles is actually working with the people of Cruz. Andesha covered the wound on her left arm with her right hand. Green blood flowed out from between her fingers, but she spoke coldly as if she did not feel any pain. You stray dog over there. Is your hatred for the people of Cruz so shallow? Brando saw that the Sword Saint of Ashes did not show any expression in the face of such mockery. He just stood there as if he did not hear anything. Brando could not help but admire the Sword Saint for his magnanimity and self-restraint. But he did not expect the legendary Sword Saint to raise his head and ask seriously, your sister. Are you a natural idiot? Brando almost choked to death. He could not help but curse in his heart. The Sword Saint of Ashes was the representative of the NPCs who were fearless. He was the idol of countless people, but he did not expect him to be like this. This was the effect of a deified idol collapsing in one's heart. Even though Brando was not a fanatic, the contrast was too great. Andesha's face darkened. Of course, she did not think that Mephistopheles did not hear her words. She thought that he was just teasing her. In other words, he did not even put her in his eyes. Andesha had been an elemental power for close to 200 years, and she had never been looked down upon like this. For a moment, she felt the blood in her body boil. She pointed at Mephistopheles and growled in a low voice, Mephistopheles, 30 years ago I heard that you were the genius of the Mayor people. The Cruz Empire did not hesitate to send troops to suppress the Sutherland Duchy in order to strangle you in the cradle. Fortunately, that woman, Martha, still cares for you. But it is a pity that you did not cherish it and walk together with your former enemy. You are indeed a genius with your talent, but you are still too far away from me. You should know that I underestimated you and let you take advantage of me, but this kind of situation will not happen again. Cherish your life, young man. Besides, the woman behind you is the goddess of war of the Cruz Empire. Killing her will be a heavy blow to that arrogant empire. You should know this, right? Mephistopheles nodded. I know it, Lady Andesha. But I am here to take your life now. As for my grudge with the Cruz Empire, I will settle it myself later. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Andesha gritted her teeth. It was not that she did not dare to make a move against Mephistopheles. She had already grasped his strength in the previous battle. As long as she did not underestimate him, Mephistopheles would not stand a chance. However, she wasn't willing to fight to the death with Mephistopheles. To put it bluntly, she didn't trust Hamel who was with her. She was very clear that that fellow could stab both of them in the back at any time. But when Mephistopheles heard her, he raised his sword and replied, I don't drink any wine. You should know that things that corrode one's mind are harmful to those who pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yes, and Andesha, you should know that both the Cruz Empire and the Mayor Empire are Martha's people. They are different from monsters like you. To us, you are the greatest enemy. Even if Count Mephistopheles has a grudge with the Cruz Empire, you should still unite against the common enemy, right? Veronica raised her head and crossed her arms as she spoke to Andesha with a smile. This female commander had long green hair that draped over her shoulders, and her smile was exceptionally charming. Andesha was furious. Then you can die. Corrosion, I will show you the power of time. A green domain spread out behind the enraged lord. Everything that was enveloped by the green light was instantly weathered and disintegrated. The stone buildings that had been preserved for tens of thousands of years crumbled under the green light, turning into mud and sand that fell to the ground. The green light extended forward and surrounded Mephistopheles and Veronica in an instant. It looked as if it was about to swallow them whole. Unexpectedly, the green light stopped when it was within 100 feet of the Ash Sword Saint's body. It couldn't advance any further. The streets around the green light turned into fine powder, and the stone slabs cracked to reveal the soil beneath. Plants grew and withered from the exposed soil, and the ground turned dark. But the streets beneath Mephistopheles' feet did not change at all. What's going on? Andesha was slightly shocked. Mephistopheles' strength was much weaker than her, and he should not be able to resist her element corrosion. What's going on? Phaina, who was hiding under the cloak, also asked in confusion, how is he able to resist the effects of element power from such a long distance? Is he as strong as Andesha? When she discovered that Mephistopheles was on Veronica's side, she changed her title from Great Demon King to That Guy. Element corrosion. Brando's eyes lit up. Corrosion is just a low-level element corrosion, and it is at most on the same level as the dominant element corrosion. But the law of gray is the strongest element illusion, and it is also related to time. In the world of gray, time slows down, and corrosion is naturally ineffective. And the elements of illusion are mostly self-determined laws. In that world, the low-level elements of time have to obey the laws of that world. Brando did not say anything else, because the so-called elements were divided into 6 levels: micro-elements, mixed elements, strong elements, law power, elemental power, and existential power. Micro-elements were the power that everyone in the world of Wond had. They were also known as the human attribute, but they were not visible and were weak to the point of being undetectable. Mixed elements were the manifestation of strong elements, and they were also known as dominant elements. Most of these elements would appear before a person had truly awakened their element, such as the freeze ability that Brando had displayed. But only those who had truly awakened their element could possess dominant elements. This level was known as the strong element, and it was also the most widely distributed element in the world. Above that was the power of law, such as fantasy, mystery, divine, and nature. After that was the power of elements, which was also known as the highest level of elements. The 4 elements belonged to this level of elements, which was the foundation of this world. Lastly was the existential power, which was parallel to or beyond the definition of the world itself. It was the foundation of the existence of matter and consciousness. Andesha's corrosion was only a low-level element of nature, and its highest level was time. Even though it was of noble origin, it was only a low-level element that was at the level of a strong element. On the other hand, the world of gray, of the Ash Sword Saint, was a genuine fantasy element. Both elements contained the element of time, but Andesha's power was suppressed due to the fact that the low-level element had to obey the high-level element. If not for the fact that she was much stronger than Mephisto, Mephisto could have even used the world of gray to control her element. You're really lucky, Count Mephisto. Veronica laughed behind Mephisto. Even though she knew how dangerous Andesha's element was, she did not seem to be bothered by it. The young sword saint of the Mayor Empire turned around to look at her, and his dark gray eyes said, I already know about Andesha's abilities. I see. Veronica replied. She reached out to protect Scarlet behind her and said to the red-haired girl, back off a little, you won't be able to interfere in the battle. Scarlet showed a surprised expression. You don't have to protect me, Lady Veronica. I'm also a gold-ranked fighter. Oh. Mephisto was slightly surprised. Your lord is also a gold-ranked fighter, isn't he? The Erewhon Empire has produced quite a few people in recent years. I heard that there's a young man called Bugha who has outstanding talent and obtained the recognition of the Cross Sword Saint. Is he also from your empire? Scarlet nodded. Byuga was her vice commander. However, she did not dare to say that the young Byuga was no longer young. He was already middle-aged. You don't have to look at me. Veronica saw the sword saint of the Mayor Empire looking back at her and could not help but grumble. You don't really believe that woman's nonsense, do you? The Empire did not send troops to the Sutherland Duchy because of you, the Duke's son. Besides, don't worry, I'll do what I say. That's good. Mephisto raised his sword. I'll deal with that woman, and you deal with the cleric. Is that all right? No problem, Amon is not as strong as me. Veronica replied. That's not necessarily true. You have to be careful, Mephisto said. He then added, I'm not worried about you, I just don't want you to be a burden to me. Veronica glared at him. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that ever since she became famous. Besides, she was older than this young sword saint. However, Mephisto ignored her and turned his head back without saying a word. The conversation between the three of them happened in an instant, and Endesha also noticed the problem. She was so shocked that her face became distorted. Even though her element power was suppressed, it did not mean that she could not do anything to Mephisto. She was the Lord of Tree Herders, and she did not rely on her element power to survive. She let go of her right hand that was covering her left arm and grabbed the wooden staff that was floating in the air. Her eyes were almost spitting fire as she glared at the people below. She gripped her scepter tightly and shouted, "Oh, primal chaos above all things, I revere your power with all my heart. May your wrath and anger burn away all existences that violate the truth of this world. Now, let me borrow your authority and do your thing." A terrifying chill ran through everyone's heart. Seventh moon, I call upon your name, Ankaram, and all things return to the same path. Endesha raised her staff and pierced through the vines covering her body. Black scales that flowed with blood grew out from her body. Come, dragon of chaos, dusk. Note, Ankaram is the name of the seventh moon. The witches believe that this moon is the reflection of the shadow and destruction magic in the sky. It represents the brutality and killing intent of the dusk dragon. Ankaram and the fourth moon, Akana, are twins. Akana represents judgment and rebirth in the legends of the Crews, and is also the moon of wisdom for the Byuga Magi. Horns grew out from her hair, and the sun in the sky dimmed. A pair of wings covered in scales spread out from her back. She shook her head and tail, and her neck lengthened. Her fingernails became sharp, and her body grew bigger and bigger. She's really angry now. Take Sifred and find a place to hide. Don't get too close, or the wind blades from the battle will scratch your face. Don't blame me for not warning you. Brendel said to Faina as he pulled out Halran Gaia from his back and gripped the hilt tightly. Find a place to hide with Sifred and don't get too close. Why you? I am not afraid. I want to go as well, I'm a warrior too. Vahina's eyes widened as she reached for her dagger, but she remembered that she had lost it earlier. I can use magic to help you. You want to go? Brando looked at her. Are you saying that you want to leave a child like Sifred alone on this battlefield? You're really vicious, woman. Vahina was at a loss for words. She glared at him. All right, I understand. But if you lose, I'll make fun of you. Lose? Brando looked at the battlefield outside. Even if I lose, I don't need you to make fun of me. No one here will be able to survive. However, he was more concerned about Amon. He knew that he could not interfere in the battle between Endesha and Mephisto. He raised his sword and stared at the battlefield, waiting for Amon to exchange blows with Veronica before launching a sneak attack from the back. However, if the young miss beside him knew what he was thinking at this moment, she would probably scold him for having a dark heart and only thinking about sneak attacks. But in Brando's eyes, he would be a fool if he did not launch a sneak attack. Ambushing NPCs was a player's specialty, and it would be a waste if he did not use it. Heh, you probably don't know who Song Xianggong is, little girl. This is the power of transmigration, and chaos is nothing compared to it. He glanced at Vahina, then at Endesha who had completely transformed into a dragon. Instead of criticizing her, it would be better to say that he was encouraging himself. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 455. But you can help me with something. Brando turned around and said to Faina. Help? Faina looked at him with a puzzled expression. Analyze the runes on Amon's body and tell me the parts that are related to defense. Are you going to deal with Amon first? Nonsense, of course I'll pick the weakest persimmon first. Brando stared at Amon's back and said. He had another choice, which was to take control of Valhalla's core while Andesha fought with Veronica and Mephisto. But he chose to stay because of two reasons. The first was because of Scarlet. It was not a short distance from here to Valhalla's core, but Mephisto was obviously not Andesha's opponent. Leaving Veronica and Scarlet here was not a wise decision. But the more important reason was that he found an opportunity. Andesha and Amon were tree herders and All for One. All for One's influence was deep in human society, and the tree herders were a bunch of lunatics. Brando did not wish for them to return to the civilized world and become his enemy. The only way was to get rid of these two people here and let everything that had happened here be buried in the Black Forest forever, eliminating all future troubles. That was why he tried to instigate William, but the Archmage of the Silver Alliance was too cautious and did not let him gain any advantage. But now, Mephisto's appearance gave him a second chance. Brando knew that Andesha's most troublesome aspect in battle was her corrosive domain, but the Ash Sword Saint was able to counter it. In this way, Andesha's well-concealed weakness was exposed. All right, I'll try, Faina replied, but his level is too high, I can't guarantee that it'll work. Don't worry, Brando comforted her, he's already an undead, the holy spell will reject his body and manifest itself. It's not as difficult as you think. Faina nodded. The Lady of Azure approached Amon and looked at him. Priest Amon, it's not too late to turn back. I don't want to attack you because of our personal friendship in the Empire. Turn back? Amon sneered. Will the Holy Cathedral accept an undead as their priestess? Besides, you should have heard of the resurrection of the undead spell, right? Veronica, don't try to flatter me. You know that it's useless to me. Veronica was not surprised by Amon's answer. She just wanted to shake his mind, but the will of the undead was as cold as steel. It did not affect the fallen priest at all. Without another word, she flicked the sword in her hand, and a string of green birds flew out from the sword. They flew in a beautiful arc towards Amon from both sides. Amon pointed his finger. Golden flames, give me a shield. Several golden shields appeared and disappeared, each colliding with one of the green birds and causing sparks to fly in the air. Blessing of Flames. Faina said. This spell is an active defensive spell, but if the caster is unable to detect it, then it's useless. Continue. Brendel stared at the gap behind Amon's back as he spoke with Halran Gaia. There's also a spirit barrier. It's a passive defense. It only protects the front 180 degrees. What else? Arcane armor. Foresight attack. That's a little troublesome. That's all? I think, that's all. Brendel nodded and lifted his cloak with one hand. At this moment, Amon was in the midst of a fierce battle with Veronica. He did not expect three people to be hiding less than 10 feet away from him. With his abilities, it was impossible for someone to hide at this distance without him noticing, unless they were 10 times stronger than him. But then again, it didn't make much of a difference whether or not someone who was 10 times stronger than him sensed his presence. Besides, Amon definitely wouldn't think that someone who was 10 times stronger than him would sneak up on him. There was no need for that. The moment Brendel took off his cloak, the foresight attack on Veronica immediately alerted him, but he was too busy fighting with Veronica and did not have time to turn around. Moreover, the warning from the spell was not strong, which meant that the people who were hostile towards him were still some distance away. Unfortunately, what Amon did not know was that Brando also knew how the foresight attack worked. He calmed his breathing from the start so that his killing intent was not that obvious. As a true veteran player of the Amber Sword, Brando had a wealth of experience. He was even more dangerous than the mage hunters. The moment he appeared, Veronica saw him and Vahina behind him. The woman's eyes lit up. She was curious as to why he was here, and why did he not let her and Amon notice him at such a close distance. But despite her doubts, the woman's expression was calm. She did not alert Amon at all. As a female general who had experienced hundreds of battles, being calm in the face of danger was the most basic quality of a general. Brando was well aware of this, and he believed that the war goddess of Cruz would not disappoint him. As expected, not only did Veronica not expose his presence, but she also immediately understood his tactic and took a step forward to attack. "Oh, you also noticed that reinforcements are coming? But it's useless. That brat should still be far away. This little bit of time is more than enough for me to deal with you, Veronica." Amon was still talking to himself. "Priest Amon, did I not know that depravity can make people arrogant?" Veronica smiled faintly. "Behind you, idiot." At this moment, Andesha's shrill voice suddenly came from above. Amon was startled, suddenly shocked. But at this moment, Brando had already made his move. The arcane armor on Amon was a triggered full-body defense spell. It was also the most effective weapon a wizard could use against rogues. Arcane armor and predictive attack was the common choice of all high-level mages in the early stages of the game. It was also the reason why the nightingales complained to the heavens. But it was only useful in the early stages of the game. The player's creativity was limitless, and a battle between a spear and a shield would never end with one side winning. Brando did not directly stab Amon's back with his sword. He raised his right hand and chanted, "OSS." A wind bullet was shot out and hit Amon's back with a loud bang. The arcane armor on Amon's body reacted immediately. A layer of silver-white square-shaped light spots appeared on his back like fish scales. The layers of light deflected the wind bullet's lethality into nothingness. But after the silver light appeared, it quickly weakened. The arcane armor could only block one attack in a short period of time. Brando knew this very well. He took the opportunity to deceive the arcane armor and immediately slashed at Amon. After breaking through the arcane armor, Amon was no better than an ordinary person in front of Brando even though he had elemental power. This was the biggest weakness of priests and wizards, their physical strength was too weak. The Howran Gaia cut through Amon's back like cutting through tofu. The high priest screamed and fell forward. Veronica's sword pierced through his lower abdomen, and Amon howled in pain again. But even so, the undead spirit did not suffer any fatal injuries. It took a step back, pulled out its sword, and turned around in a panic to escape. A zombie? Brando was stunned. "Cut off his head, Miss Veronica. Don't even think about it." Amon howled with hatred. He raised his hand, and the red bracelet on his hand exploded with a bang. A circle of white lights suddenly enveloped him, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he had fallen 100 meters away with an arrow in his back. Brando spat and looked in the direction of the corpse. He put down the shale longbow in his hand and said, "Isn't it just a anywhere door? You think I can't tell where you're going?" Veronica stood aside and looked at him with a smile. "Brando, where did you get your combat experience?" "In Cruz, even the best young knight I've seen is not as good as you. I'm a descendant of the Highland Knight. Fighting with mages is a talent that I inherited from my bones." Brando replied casually as he returned the blue firmament to Veronica, "Go deal with Andesha. I have a way to kill her." Veronica looked at him curiously. Brando shook off the blood on his sword and looked at Andesha, who was not far away. Andesha had been paying attention to the battle. When she saw that Amon had failed, she could not help but stare at Brando with hatred. However, at this moment, the woman had turned into a black dragon. She was entrenched on top of the building like a giant beast lurking in the shadows. Even though she herself was the shadow. The battle had become 3 against 1, but Andesha did not show any signs of retreating. The leader of the tree herders had her own pride. She did not care about Brando and Veronica in the first place, and did not think that these two people who were much weaker than her could pose a threat to her. How do you plan to deal with that woman? She's not an ordinary person. Veronica looked at Brando and asked. I have my ways. Actually, I suggest that you bring Vahina and Scarlet away from here. Brando, Andesha is not that easy to deal with. I'll convince Mephistopheles to delay her. What about you? Brando turned to look at Veronica. Me? As a general of the Empire, dying in battle is not a disgrace. Veronica smiled. Vahina's identity is special, I have to protect her. It's not that serious. Even though Andesha has turned into a dragon, she only has the physical defense and strength of a race that inherited the golden bloodline. Brando sheathed Halran Gaia and walked towards Andesha. The true strength of the dragon race is the magic that flows through their bodies. You should know that the Silver Elves and humans' knowledge of magic comes from the dragon race, right? Veronica nodded. That's why Andesha's strength has its weakness. Brando lowered his voice. She's a druid after all. As long as her connection with nature is cut off, she'll be useless. That won't be easy. But it's not like there's no way. Brando said, if there's anything in this world that can cut off the connection between a region and nature, it would be the golden demonic tree. The golden demonic tree? Brando nodded. Is Andesha digging her own grave by injecting the blood of gods into me? P.S. A classmate told me that I didn't post it yesterday, but I realized that I didn't post it yesterday. I'm sweating like a waterfall. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 456. Faina stood on the battlefield with Sifred in her arms. She suddenly felt someone pulling her from behind. She turned around and saw a red-haired girl with a ponytail looking at her sternly. Don't stand here, it's too dangerous. As he spoke, he pulled her back without giving her any chance to explain. Scarlet? Sister Scarlet. Scarlet patted Sifred's head and said to Faina, come with me. You can't interfere in the Lord's battle, and this place will be affected by it. What? He only dares to fight because of the Sword Saint. Wasn't he just as afraid of that woman as we were? Faina replied in annoyance, but she did not dare to continue when she saw Scarlet glaring at her. Sister Scarlet, look over there. Sifred tugged at Scarlet's sleeve. The ponytailed girl was startled and raised her head in confusion. Brando said that he would use the golden demonic tree to absorb the force of nature in an area. Of course, he could not plant the golden demonic tree in a battle, but it was enough to achieve a certain effect. Andesha and Mephisto were currently fighting in the air. The Withered Lord had the upper hand in terms of strength, but Mephisto relied on his techniques to remain undefeated. Both of them noticed Brendel and Veronica on the ground, but Andesha slyly avoided Mephistopheles from moving the battlefield to the ground to avoid being caught in a pincer attack. Your helpers aren't useful. Andesha sneered. Mephisto didn't have the time to reply, and his calm eyes showed that he didn't want to answer. Or rather, his answer was the giant sword in his hand. The giant sword stabbed forward, and a 100-meter-long blade of light was formed by Grey Sword Chi. Andesha snorted and turned her huge body in midair to avoid the sword. She swept her wings that were covered with steel scales and knocked Mephisto's sword aside. She then clawed at Mephisto's head. At the same time, she tried to set up a small area of lightning storm behind Mephisto so that she could use this level 5 spell to seal off his escape route. Andesha's claws were fast and vicious, and Mephisto's head would have been turned into a ragged sack if she had hit him. But at this moment, the woman realized that her spell was one step too slow. The lightning that should have been summoned in an instant was dodged by the human sword saint. What's going on? Andesha was shocked. She realized that the flow of mana in her body had slowed down by a fraction. Although it was only a fraction, the slightest change in the flow of mana would alert any caster. Andesha lowered her head and immediately noticed Brando's actions. It wouldn't be appropriate to call it a small trick. This was because Brando was letting the blood flow down from his wrist and onto the shrubs on the ground. As he walked forward, the shrubs immediately grew crazily and formed a black belt. Golden tree. Andesha didn't think about how Brando knew the secret of the golden tree, but she knew that the golden tree had the ability to disrupt the flow of nature. She was shocked and angry, and immediately threw Mephisto aside and swooped down. At this moment, Brando and Veronica heard a sharp whistle and felt the sky above them turn dark. They looked up and saw a black cloud pressing down on them. Veronica's expression darkened, and she immediately pulled out her sword to block in front of Brando. On the other hand, Mephisto naturally wouldn't allow Andesha to change her target so easily. Although he didn't know what Brando was doing, he could clearly feel that Andesha's spell had slowed down by a fraction. Looking at the monster's reaction, he could guess that it was related to the youth below. Mephisto pursed his lips and immediately turned his sword to stab at Andesha's exposed back. Scram, you wretched vermin! Dark lightning. The tree shepherds, lord of the withering trees, let out an angry roar, and black lightning began to appear around her body. These lightning bolts seemed to listen to her commands as they crisscrossed through the air, and a few of them struck Mephisto's sword. The sword saint of Sutherland felt his hand go numb, and a huge force came from his sword, causing him to almost lose control of it. The power of the lightning was extremely strange, and it didn't have the numbing effect of ordinary lightning. Instead, it had a burning sensation that pierced his heart. Mephisto immediately switched his sword to his left hand, and when he looked at his right palm, there were no traces of burns. Instead, it was completely black. Corrosive damage? The sword saint was slightly stunned. He was quite knowledgeable, and he recognized that this wasn't ordinary lightning, but a substance formed by the element of darkness. However, while the sword saint of Ash was obstructed by Andesha, the evil dragon had already arrived above Veronica and Brando's heads. She circled in the air and attempted to stop Brendel, but Veronica stood in front of Brendel and raised the azure firmament in a battle stance. Andesha took a deep breath. She knew that if she wanted to attack Brando, she couldn't avoid Veronica. Even though the crew's goddess of war wasn't as strong as her, she had no problem obstructing her from the side. She hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her claws. Countless vines grew out from the ground and pierced towards Brando. The vines were twisted plants that had been corroded by the darkness, and when they broke out from the ground, they looked like countless poisonous snakes. Veronica frowned and had to lead the vines to the side to prevent them from affecting Brando's work. How much longer? Don't fight her head on. Let Mephisto stall her. Brando replied without raising his head. He stared at the bushes on the ground. Under the nourishment of the blood of gods, the black thorns grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Andesha became anxious when she saw this. Even though the plants weren't enough to completely distort the natural order of this place, it was enough to affect her connection with nature. She was a druid, and after losing the magic that she was so proud of, her close combat ability wasn't much better than Mephisto's. With Veronica at the side, her chances of victory were even lower. Especially in a battle of their level, victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. The slightest tilt in the balance of a battle could affect the final outcome. She immediately lowered her head and let out a low growl. The vines that came out from the ground were closing in on her, and Veronica was completely entangled by them. Andesha narrowed her eyes and took the opportunity to fly towards Brendel's direction. She did not care if she had 100% chance of success. She opened her wings and flew towards Brendel's direction. A terrifying shriek rang out in the air. Brando finally raised his head and looked at the direction where Andesha dove towards with a calm expression. Of course, he was extremely nervous at this moment. Even the most dangerous mission in the past wasn't as exciting as this moment. She was one of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders. She was at least 40 levels higher than him, and if it was in the game, she could kill him with a single breath. It wasn't as simple as losing a level in the game, but a real death. But Brando's mind was extremely clear at this moment. He glanced to the side and noticed Veronica's situation, and a plan formed in his mind. He came up with a countermeasure in an instant and swung his sword towards Veronica's direction. Even though the crescent-shaped sword chi from the White Raven sword style bounced off the vines without causing any damage, Brando didn't count on it. With a thought, a sharp rock pierced out from the ground. It didn't pierce through the vines, but it temporarily blocked them from the other side. Veronica was finally able to escape. She took a step forward and raised her sword without any hesitation. Green light radiated from her body and surged out in all directions. She raised cyan firmament and swung it at Endesha. A cyan wind dragon that was 1/10 of Endesha's size flew out from the blade and crashed into the evil dragon in midair. Endesha was in the final stages of her dive and couldn't change her direction. She could only watch as the wind dragon crashed into her shoulder. Of course, the wind dragon was only an illusion. In reality, the sword chi tore through the scales on her shoulder, causing blood to spurt out. But that was all. Endesha only felt intense pain, and her movements slowed down slightly. Brando took the opportunity to dodge her claws and regroup with Veronica on the other side. Lady Withering was furious and wanted to chase after him, but a chill ran down her spine and she stopped. She turned around and saw that Mephisto had already torn apart the black lightning and was chasing after her. Even though Endesha was dispirited, she had no choice but to turn around and fight. She wasn't so careless as to expose her back to the sword saint of the Mare tribe without any preparation. Mephisto had already used his strength to tell the tree herders that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Brando took the opportunity to scatter the black thorns on the ground. These thorns were cultivated on the spot, and their effects were minimal. At least from the young man's point of view, he would need at least 4 more thorns of the same size to turn the tide of the battle. This wasn't an easy task because Endesha was constantly trying to stop and destroy the fruits of his labor. At first, she used a more direct method, but Mephisto didn't give it to her for nothing. Even though the sword saint of the Mare tribe seemed a little off the mark, he could see that Brando's thorns were the key to turning the tide of the battle. Endesha's spells were getting slower and slower, and Mephisto's battle was getting easier and easier. There were even times when he had the chance to counterattack, which was unimaginable in the beginning. Thus, he decided to follow behind Endesha like a haunting ghost, not giving her any chance to make a move. Endesha quickly realized Mephisto's tactic, and she had no choice but to stop her clumsy actions and use her element of corrosion to corrode the thorns. This had a miraculous effect in the beginning, and almost caused Brando's work to go to waste. However, Mephisto quickly found a way to defend himself under Brando's guidance. He simply used his ashen world to cover the black thorns, preventing Endesha from attacking. This move almost drove Endesha crazy, but there was nothing she could do. Her element of corrosion couldn't do anything to Mephisto. Both sides chased after each other, and the black Great Wall was slowly built. Even though Brando was starting to feel dizzy due to the excessive blood loss, Endesha's battle prowess was also starting to crumble. Her last spell almost failed, and the backlash from the spell almost caused her to lose an eye. Thus, a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. One of the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders was being dragged into the abyss by an unknown noble called Erwin. Even Mephisto, who was fighting against Endesha, could not believe his eyes. Veronica was supporting Brando. Endesha was furious, but she finally started to feel a little uneasy. She knew that there was no other way out but to lose. The leader of the tree herders finally regained her senses. She turned around in midair and prepared to escape. "Don't let her escape!" Brando immediately shouted. The Golden Tree's area of influence was large enough to cover an entire valley, and it was already too late for Endesha to think of escaping. But at this moment, he heard Scarlet scream, "Be careful, my lord!" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 457. Be careful. Scarlet suddenly shouted as Brando focused on dealing with Endesha's attack. Brando's heart skipped a beat as he turned around, only to see a ray of black light coming at him. Brando did not have time to react, but his rich combat experience made him lunge forward. He felt a sharp pain in his back as he was shot. Damn it! Brando cursed as he gritted his teeth in pain. He had already guessed who the attacker was, and the only one who could have attacked him from that direction was Amon. But he was surprised that Amon did not die. After taking a hit from Halran Gaia, he was hit by an arrow as well. Damn, is that guy a cockroach that can't be killed? In Brando's experience, a cleric was just a cloth armor class. He would not survive such an attack, even if he was an undead. He immediately turned around and saw Amon crawling up from the rubble, stones and debris falling from his body. However, the priest who betrayed the holy cathedral of fire was equally surprised. He probably did not expect Brendel to be able to dodge his attack. Huh. He looked at Brando with a strange expression and said, I have seen the most elite soldiers of the holy cathedral of fire before. You are not as simple as a nobleman of Erewhon. Amon was quite a distance away from Brando, but his voice could easily reach him. Brando knew that it was a communication spell. Brando cursed in his heart. If he was just a nobleman, would he appear in this place? He checked his injuries. The green light projected on his retina constantly refreshed the data, quantifying the damage. Brando took a look and found that it was less than 10% of his life force. But because he had used his blood to feed the golden tree, or perhaps it should be called a magical thorn, he had lost too much blood. His life force had turned yellow. In fact, Brando could feel weakness creeping up his limbs, and a heavy feeling seemed to be dragging him to the ground. I have to end this quickly. He shook his head and tried to stay awake. The situation was not good. Even though the ground was covered in thorns, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles did not have the upper hand against Andesha in the air. It was just that the Lord of Withering Weeds was in a hurry to leave the area, and Mephistopheles was able to hold his ground for the time being. Andesha should be aware of this, and if this situation continues, it will be disadvantageous for her. She will definitely find an opportunity to break the stalemate. Brendel analyzed in his mind as he stared at Amon, who was not far away. He knew that the tree herders were not benevolent people. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, they would fight to the death. The battle above him would end quickly, but he did not have the time to care about other things. Amon was right in front of him, and it seemed like he had planned this beforehand. Otherwise, he would not have pretended to be killed when he was hit by the petrification arrow. Brando believed that not only him, even Andesha thought that her companion was dead. But this guy is resurrecting now. Is it because he saw that Andesha's situation is not good? Or is it because of other reasons? Brando frowned. If it was the latter, it meant that Amon had some sort of confidence. It was like a schemer coming out from behind the scenes. Unless he was forced to do so, he must have the confidence to win. Even if he thought that he could win, it was still the same. Where did his confidence come from? These thoughts flashed through Brendel's mind for a moment. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps. Veronica was already beside him. The plaza was already in ruins from the previous attack. Veronica was also frowning. She knew Amon better than Brando. She did not like this cleric as he was too shrewd. But such a gloomy person would definitely not stand in front of the stage so casually. There seemed to be a thick smell of conspiracy in the air. Amon looked at the two of them with a smile, as if he had seen through their thoughts. You must be curious as to why I am here. But this is indeed surprising. Valhalla actually exists. No matter what, I have to thank you for helping me. He took out a book from his bosom as he spoke. The book was covered in black smoke, and it was obvious that it was not a good item. Or rather, it was more like an evil item. Amon, what are you talking about? Veronica frowned and asked. Veronica, you still don't understand? Valhalla has maintained the stability of the loop of trade winds for thousands of years. As long as we destroy that hidden flame, not to mention Erewhon, even the crew's empire will be greatly affected. It is an honor to be able to destroy an empire with my own hands. Amon opened the book in his hand and said, not to mention, legend has it that Valhalla hides a secret about history. You and I are fortunate enough to witness it all. You are crazy. Veronica frowned. Although she did not like this cleric, she could not help but be shocked to hear him say such words. No, don't you always call us crazy? Amon shook his head and smiled sanctimoniously. In fact, we are all the same. The crew's empire has been killing for thousands of years to conquer. Compared to them, our actions are relatively more noble. You are simply twisting words and forcing logic. Veronica's sword-like eyebrows stood up. Her last words seemed to be dragged out as she charged straight at Amon. One person and one sword, like a hazy green light. However, Amon seemed to have expected this. He opened the book in his hand, and a black curtain of light suddenly appeared 100 feet away from him. Veronica's sword landed squarely on the curtain of light. Not only did it have no effect, but a strong light flashed on the curtain of light and almost knocked her sword out of her hand. The sword saint took a step back with difficulty and barely managed to regain control of azure firmament. However, the huge force on her arm forced her to kneel down and let out a muffled groan. It doesn't matter if you are twisting words and forcing logic. Veronica, if you have any last words, you can tell me. I will respect your choice. Amon held the book in one hand and looked down at the sword saint condescendingly. He said it so casually, as if the life and death of everyone present was in his hands. And Desha, who was fighting Mephisto in the air, became even more dissatisfied when she saw this scene. Her comrade clearly had the ability to deal with Mephisto easily, but he chose to feign death and put her in a difficult position. Even if she knew that their so-called cooperation was not worth mentioning, she still couldn't help but roar, "Hammer, why aren't you getting rid of those bastards? What are you waiting for?" However, Amon only raised his head and glanced at the sky as if he didn't care about Veronica at all. He then lowered his head and continued to speak to Veronica. "So, what do you think of my suggestion?" Veronica held her numb wrist and looked at Amon with a gloomy expression. She didn't expect this cleric to be hiding his strength all this time. At least from this spell, his strength wasn't inferior to Andesha's. The huge difference in strength made her heart turn cold. Andesha alone was enough to make them use all their strength to deal with her, and now there was another cleric. Veronica couldn't think of a way to win. But just as she lowered her head and thought of a way to turn the tables, Brando's voice suddenly rang out, "Don't listen to him. That's just the power of the book. The wall of chaos only has 3 chances of absolute defense. I bet that guy doesn't have the ability to cast it a second time." The young man's voice startled Veronica. Although she didn't dare to believe Brando's words, she saw Amon's expression as if he had seen a ghost when she looked up. However, the traitor of the Holy Cathedral of Fire wasn't in the mood to pursue this matter. When Brando said those words, he felt like his head had been hit by a meteor. Because Brando wasn't wrong at all. Although the Green Sword Saint was a woman, she had rich experience in the battlefield. She only needed to look at Amon's expression to know that Brando was telling the truth. At least, most of it was true. She immediately had a plan in her mind and rushed towards Brendel with her sword. When Amon reacted, it was already too late. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He grabbed the book in his hand and retreated. At the same time, he released 2 rays of black light from his hands in an attempt to stop Veronica's actions. Unfortunately, the gap between him and the Empire's goddess of war was too big. Veronica easily passed through the gap between the 2 rays of black light and slashed her sword at the black screen. The screen flashed, and Amon panicked as he tried to think of a way to block it again. But at this time, he saw Brando in the distance taking out a longbow from under his cloak. "Bastard!" Amon cursed. Brando's actions were always perfect. He even suspected that the 2 of them were longtime partners. But he didn't know that with Brando's current experience, he could easily work with anyone. The bowstring twanged, and the black screen disintegrated. Veronica immediately took the opportunity to charge forward, but she didn't expect Brando to stop her. "Careful, retreat. The Book of Mavacard is not that simple." The Sword Saint completely believed Brendel's words at this moment. She stopped abruptly, and in a moment, less than 5 feet in front of her was instantly annihilated by the collapse of the mana. The rocky surface was actually turned into fine powder under the huge pressure. If she had taken half a step forward before, she would have been crushed to pieces. After the terrifying tremor, the square was once again filled with smoke and dust. Veronica couldn't help but take a light breath and look back at Brando. Be careful, he still has room to fight back. But Brando's voice continued to come from behind the smoke. He put down Halran Gaia, but his tone was not relaxed. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 459. The stone slabs on the plaza crumbled into rubble, leaving behind a thin layer of mist. For a moment, the battlefield became even more dangerous. The powerful magic energy tore the ground apart, forming a circle of deep trenches. When the wall of chaos was destroyed, it would release all the magic energy it absorbed. The power of Veronica's 3 full-powered attacks was imaginable. The dozens of crisscrossing and fragmenting cracks on the plaza were proof of that. Suddenly, the magic energy surged, and a terrifying aura came from behind the white mist. Brando and Veronica's hearts skipped a beat. Amon was indeed stalling for time when he was negotiating with Veronica. Little guy, what the hell is that? Veronica gasped. Even at her level, she felt suffocated by the fluctuation of magic energy. What kind of terrifying spell was that? Brando was even more uncomfortable. Although the Planeswalker's ability and various items gave him endless means to protect himself even in the face of elemental power, he could not help but feel like he was about to collapse. Mavi. The Book of Coulter. I didn't expect it to be here. Brando gritted his teeth. It's that book. Why is it here? Veronica's expression changed. The evil book Mavakart. Named after the abomination of demons, it was worshipped as a holy book by the believers of chaos. It was an ancient evil that was born in the Sea of Chaos. Legend has it that this book could devour everything in the world to obtain forbidden power. Although it was an evil book, it was almost as powerful as a divine artifact. But legend has it that this book had fallen in the Twilight War. How did it appear in Amon's hands? As they spoke, the magic energy between heaven and earth had gathered as if a black hole had appeared in the center of the plaza. Even the wind and fog were spiraling towards the center. But only for a moment, the magic energy suddenly expanded outward, and a circle of black light suddenly burst out. The light circle first swept over Brando and Veronica's heads, and with a whoosh, it swept across the entire ruins in an instant. A few screams could be heard from the side of the square. It seemed to be Vahina's voice. They retreated into the forest under Scarlet's protection, but the black halo caught up to them in an instant. Not only on the ground, even Andesha and Mephisto, who were fighting in the sky, could feel the vibrations coming from the ground. Andesha was able to gain the upper hand in her demonic dragon form, but she was not a true demonic dragon. Furthermore, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles was not stupid enough to face her head-on. He circled around her, not giving her any chance to escape from the demonic world's thorns. Andesha could feel her strength weakening as time passed, and she could no longer maintain her dragon form. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Her heart was burning with rage, and even her eyes were burning with black flames. But right at this moment, the two of them exclaimed softly at the same time and looked down at the square. The second ring of black light was spreading out. It's going to kill me. Dark shockwave. Brando cursed in his mind. It was a top-tier 11th circle curse. On the surface, it was a spell that could bombard the ground, but it was known as the limit of a human. None of the 11th circle curses were simple. The first component of this spell was the sky ceiling curse. Andesha and Mephisto, who were in midair, immediately felt their bodies tighten, and the element energy that allowed them to hover in the air disappeared. Even the flapping of their wings did not give them the slightest bit of lift, and the two of them immediately fell from the sky. This is an indiscriminate attack. Andesha's face turned green, and she screamed, "Hammer, you're crazy." Of course, Amon was not crazy. A strange laughter came from the fog. "Andesha, I'm doing this to thank you for buying time for me, so that I can prepare the power of this sacred artifact." But it's a pity that you barbarians will never understand the majesty of supreme power. It was as if victory was within his grasp, and he was full of confidence. However, he did not relax his hands at all. The speed at which the magic power was gathering behind the fog actually increased. The third black light will immediately burst out, and this time, its power was even more shocking. The black trail was like a whip that swept across half of the square, and even the air was crackling as it exploded. Veronica held her breath as the wind blew her green hair in front of her forehead. She turned around and said, "Mavical's grimoire has the power of a god. We are not his match, we have to think of a way to retreat." "It's too late." Brando gritted his teeth and said, "If we run, we're dead. If we counterattack, we still have a chance." "How do we counterattack?" Although Mavical's grimoire is related to the supreme power of chaos, it is still inferior to the Twilight Dragon, especially when the caster is just a mortal like Amon. "We still have a chance," Brando calmly explained. "How do you know?" Veronica's emerald eyes looked at Brando curiously. "Amon was using words to buy time, and I'm sure you've noticed it. That's why I'm guessing that there's a gap between the casting of the grimoire." "Is that so?" Veronica still had some doubts, but Brando said, "In any case, there's no time to explain. Our only chance is to seize this opportunity." Time was indeed hanging by a thread. "But little one, how are we going to block this spell?" The fallen bishop's chanting could no longer be stopped. The mana was surging, and the intensity of the mana was enough to make one's scalp numb. No one thought that they could escape from such power. But Brando did not answer. He just quietly glanced in a certain direction. In that direction, Andesha was screaming as she fell from the sky. Veronica immediately reacted, "Little one, you can't be thinking of." It was at this time that the fourth black light flashed and interrupted her words. Another light will swept past the two of them. The clouds in the sky suddenly separated to the left and right. Behind the clouds, circles of black cog-like magic circles formed by lines appeared. The huge magic circle flashed slightly, and the runes representing Aruz, Ka, and Tiamat, which represented darkness and destruction, lit up one by one. The lines inside and outside the circle rotated in opposite directions, and then the center lit up, and an extremely thin line fell from there. It was a black line. It hit Amon, who was in the fog, and an overwhelming power rushed towards them. Everyone present could not help but feel a trace of throbbing in the depths of their hearts. "It's coming." Brando immediately bit his tongue. The sharp pain was like a sharp awl piercing his brain, making him quiver. Using this moment of clarity, Brando broke free from the terrifying pressure. "Let's go." He immediately retreated. At this time, Andesha had just crashed into the ground, and Brando took the opportunity to circle behind her. He wanted to let the Lord of the Tree Herders take the first hit for them. "You two bastards." Andesha screamed angrily in the air, but she immediately crashed into the ground with a loud bang. Andesha, who was in her dragon form, was dizzy from the impact. She clenched her teeth and pushed away the layers of rocks on her body. She crawled up and was about to attack, but when she raised her head, Amon's magic was already on her. The tree shepherd's leader's deep purple eyes reflected a black pillar of light that shone like obsidian, descending from the sky. The pillar of light suddenly became 10 times thicker. Andesha sucked in a breath of cold air. The pillar of light was like a water column that hung from the clouds. The moment it touched the ground, the black light immediately scattered like ripples of water, spreading in all directions. But it was not a ripple of water. It was the power of darkness that brought destruction. Er. Andesha's anger reached its limit. She roared as if she wanted to cut Amon into pieces, but the black light that was tens of meters tall was already rushing towards her like a tsunami. She could only spread her wings and create a semicircular barrier of light in her dragon form. Boom. The black light collided with Andesha, and she immediately let out a shrill scream. The barrier of light trembled violently, and cracks appeared all over it. Everything that the black light passed through was turned into ashes. The entire plaza was already broken and uneven due to the previous battle, but the black light was like a comb that sifted through all the rocks, leaving only a thin layer of flat earth behind. Ah! And Desha's eyes widened in shock and unwillingness. If she was at her peak, she might have been able to resist this spell. But with the hell's thorns cutting off her connection with the power of nature, even if it was the corrupted power of nature, her strength was less than half of what it was before. The black light surged forward, and the entire barrier of light was almost deformed. And Desha's dragon scales began to bleed, and the scales stood up and broke off. Blood splattered everywhere, and Andesha's screams turned into screams of agony. Hammer, I curse you. With this hateful roar, this giant dragon was actually pulled up from the ground by the copious amount of power and sent flying far away, crashing into the forest in the distance without making a sound. Brendel's eyes lit up. Andesha was around level 90 in this era, and it would take a lot of energy for the dark shockwave to completely destroy her. It would be like an arrow at the end of its flight if it tried to close in on him and Veronica. Now's the time, he said. Veronica understood and activated the magic equipment on her body. For someone of her level, she would more or less have some powerful protective equipment on her body. A pale green light shield was erected. Brando calmly took out his shale longbow. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 460. Among the 6 elements, light and darkness were the most special. The element of light was gentle and peaceful. It had the power to nourish life, but it could also cause harm to all negative energy. It was called purification. Warlocks who could control the element of light were called priests. In Wond, priests only practiced holy words and light spells. On the other hand, the dark element was the exact opposite. The dark element was extremely corrosive. It only attacked living beings, but in turn, it could strengthen negative creatures like the undead and demons. Wond player's handbook. The silver cover of Mavecart's grimoire glowed with an indescribable gloomy light. Amon's palms were devoid of vitality as he placed them on the pages. His fingers were shriveled, and he quickly aged. However, he did not seem to notice it as he laughed maniacally. Andesha, Veronica, you're just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ha ha ha. What a joke, what a joke. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. The laughter stopped abruptly. Amon looked at the arrow that pierced through the layers of black light and headed straight for him like a meteor from outer space. This is impossible. His arrogant laughter turned into a sharp cry. He wanted to pull away, but he was firmly stuck to the page. With a muffled sound, the wolf fang arrow pierced through his chest. Ah. He's actually still alive. Brando was equally shocked. He had no experience dealing with the Book of Mavacart. It was said that this book had always been in the Creation Temple, and had never been touched by anyone before the War of the Slate Slabs. However, Brando was very familiar with the spell Dark Shockwave. Based on Wond's basic rules, the dark element would only affect living creatures, or in other words, it would burn and erode the life force itself. Therefore, he was not surprised that his arrow could penetrate the waves and hit the target. The arrow itself was a lifeless object. But Amon didn't die. Martha above, he was a weak priestess. Moreover, this was already the second arrow. If this happened in the game, Brando would probably think that he had encountered some kind of bug. In fact, he was already thinking that he had encountered some kind of bug. Not only did Amon not die, but he also pressed on the wound with one hand and screamed in horror, "Ah, my magic, ah. The Book of Mavacart, ah, you're all dead." As soon as he finished speaking, the layers of black shockwaves in the square began to tremble. With a boom, they exploded into countless dark specks of light that scattered in all directions. The square fell silent all of a sudden, leaving only a faint layer of twilight clouds. The clouds made the air carry a fishy smell. The spell was disrupted. The mist dispersed little by little, leaving Amon standing behind, panting heavily. He was taller than the average Cruz, so he looked more like a thin shadow. Amon's face was pale, and his mouth was full of blood. He stared at Brando with eyes full of hatred, as if his parents had died. It almost made Brando wonder if he owed him hundreds of thousands of tour. But he quickly came to his senses. Veronica could not help but open her mouth slightly. They saw a hole in the silver-black cover of the Book of Mavacard in Amon's hand. Brando stared at the hole in shock. He actually punched a hole in the book. Brendel almost rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Mother Marcia above, that was an ancient evil artifact, an existence equivalent to a demigod artifact. How did he manage to make a hole in it? Amon's lips trembled, and it took him some effort to squeeze out a sentence. You are all dead. His voice was almost distorted due to anger. At this time, Brando suddenly reacted. He immediately exclaimed in surprise. I got it, the Book of Mavacard is a fake. Amon and Veronica's expressions changed at the same time, but the difference was that one was frightened, and the other was confused. A fake? No, it should be a projection of the original. It's just a record of the power of the ancient evil item. It's a fake. Brando immediately explained to Veronica. Although it has the same level of power, it doesn't have as strong a defense as the ancient evil item, enough. Amon hurriedly screamed and interrupted Brando. Although his sweat glands had almost degenerated after becoming an undead, he still could not help but feel cold sweat dripping down his face. Amon never dreamed that there would be a sacred item that was so familiar with all for one here. And this person was neither Veronica nor Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, but an unknown young man. The Book of Mavacard had not appeared for nearly 10,000 years. Although it's just a projection, its power is enough to destroy you insects. Amon's expression was uncertain. As long as I cast another spell, Veronica finally understood. She looked back at Amon, her emerald eyes full of a dangerous glint. The Cruz goddess of war sneered. Do you think I'll give you a chance to cast a spell, Amon? Veronica attacked at the same time. She was no match for Andesha at her peak, and she could not suppress the power of the Book of Mavacard. But whether it was the 12 patriarchs of the tree herders or the sacred item from prehistoric records, they were all existences above mortals. Andesha was said to have experienced the War of the Holy Saints and was a monster that had lived for thousands of years. The Book of Mavacard was an evil item born in the Sea of Chaos. But even so, Veronica was still a genius among mortals, the goddess of war of the Cruz race. She had achieved so much in less than 150 years of age. Her sword was full of the amazing talent of the human race. It was full of pride and arrogance. The sword was like a full moon, and the sky blue sword was like a verdant sword. Amon's face turned pale. Ah, no. His pale face was distorted. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, regret, and madness. His hands were like the claws of a bird as he hugged the Book of Mavacard tightly. He did not want to let go, as if hugging the book could save his life. He screamed, "No, you bastards. I won't let you have it easy. Even if I die," Amon growled like a wild beast. His withered fingers clasped tightly on the silver-black title page. Suddenly, a dazzling black light shot out. The black light expanded and formed an area where even light could not escape. It was pure black without any impurities. It was as if it wanted to suck in people's minds. Black hole of annihilation. Brando was alarmed. The Book of Mavacard was said to have the ability to devour everything and turn it into its own power. But this was too exaggerated. It was as if there was an invisible gravitational force between heaven and earth, gathering everything to one point. He looked down and was shocked to see a layer of light floating on the Halran Gaia in his hand. But when he took a closer look, it was not a layer of light, but a layer of translucent lines. These complex lines were the magic circles engraved on the sword. The powerful gravitational force generated by the Book of Mavacard pulled these things out of the Halran Gaia. Brando could not help but curse in his heart. The Book of Mavakart was absorbing the power of the law. This was too scary. Once these magic circles were broken down, the Halran Gaia would be no different from a blank longsword. At most, it would be slightly longer and wider, like a heavy sword. However, when the black hole appeared, the first one to suffer was Amon. He obviously did not have the ability to control this spell. With a sharp scream, his whole body was pulled into the black hole. Then came the closer. Veronica could no longer retract her sword. The azure firmament trembled and flickered for a moment or two. The dark green blade dimmed and turned into an ordinary weapon. The azure firmament was a wind elemental holy sword. It was a fantasy weapon like the Halran Gaia, but it was completely destroyed in a moment. For a moment, Brando and Veronica's expressions changed. The power of the Book of Mavakart is to devour everything. Destroy the projection of the book. Brando shouted immediately. Veronica, of course, was aware of this. She sent out several green sword auras, but unfortunately, the wind elemental sword auras collapsed as they approached the edge of the black hole. Moreover, the black hole absorbed the sword auras and expanded. The huge suction force made Brando feel that he could not stand still. Get out of the way. A hoarse voice interrupted coldly. Trash. Andesha's voice came from the direction of the forest. The patriarch of the tree herders was still alive. She struggled to walk out of the forest, her body covered in wounds and blood. Even the tree bark that covered her body was cracked. Her ample bosom stood proudly in the air. But Andesha was not a human, and she did not care. Instead, she raised her hand and sent a green light towards the black hole. No, wait. Brando's expression changed. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The green light disappeared as soon as it entered the black hole. Andesha immediately screamed, "How is this possible? This thing is devouring the power of elements. Ah, what the hell is this?" She looked as if she had seen a ghost, but Brando could not help but curse in his heart. Even though the power of elements was the highest law in Wond, there were still differences between the different elements. If he remembered correctly, the Book of Mavakart represented the purest form of chaos. It could devour and contain everything. A mere secondary time could not affect its laws in the slightest. Brando was depressed because the black hole had expanded even further after absorbing Andesha's power. This time, even Veronica could not withstand the force of the black hole, let alone him. He was sent flying towards the center of the black hole. Fuck. That brainless woman. Seeing this scene, he almost fainted from anger. But of course, Brendel would not accept his fate, or rather, it was as if he had expected this. At the last moment, he gritted his teeth and raised Halran Gaia with both hands, and stabbed it into the black hole. Ah! Brando! Brother Brando! My lord! After the black hole was formed, the fog in the square was swept away like a tornado. Scarlet and the others saw this scene from afar. Brendel flew into the air, his whole body turned into a sword and pierced into the center of the darkness. The Halran Gaia's blade emitted a bright white light, as if it was under great pressure. The girls could not help but let out a cry of surprise. However, it was at this moment that a crisp sound like glass shattering resounded in the square. Under everyone's gaze, the first to shatter was actually the annihilation black hole. Everyone was stunned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 461. Impossible. Andesha couldn't help but scream. But nothing was impossible. She didn't know that the Halran Gaia had such an attribute, indestructible. This attribute didn't come from the sword itself, or rather, it came from the moment Brando held it in his hand. It came from the stability of Brando's element. The power of the annihilation black hole seemed invincible, and even Andesha herself couldn't move it at all. But at the end of the day, it was because her elemental energy was too low. Brando remembered that when Veronica's azure firmament was destroyed, his Halran Gaia was able to resist the corrosion of the chaos power. It wasn't because of the distance between them. Thus, he placed his hopes on the sword in his hand, or rather, his element power. A few seconds ago, when the annihilation black hole sucked Brando in with an irresistible force, he aimed at the ancient book floating in the middle of the black hole and slashed down with his sword. And then there was a cracked sound. Just like that, the annihilation black hole shattered before everyone's eyes like glass shattering. I actually succeeded? Brendel was dumbfounded. He fell from the sky and felt a burst of joy in his heart. But suddenly, he felt the same throbbing in his heart. Mavecart's grimoire represented the power of chaos. Even though the one in front of him was a fake, the level of power was still there. If his sword could split it in half, wouldn't it mean that his elemental power was at least at the level of 4 elements? The 4 elements, Flame King Gretel, Wind Empress Saint Tassol, High Priest Gienzan, and Saint Eloranta, were just so. To be able to stand on the same level as these legendary names was definitely something that Brando didn't even dare to think about in the game. That was the privilege of RMB players and face fighters, but now it seemed like it was possible. But it was a pity that it was still one step away from the power of chaos. Brando was a little greedy, but this greed only lasted for a moment. At this moment, he wanted to shout out loud to express his excitement. This wasn't just because he confirmed that his element power was on par with the 4 saints, but also because the last obstacle was finally cleared. Valhalla was right in front of him. He didn't know how the lucky player in the game obtained this territory, but at least for him, it was indeed a narrow escape. First, he offended Cruz's people. Then, he went through the demonic wave, Calamity of Wolves, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles, Ekis Nightmare, and finally, he had to escape from one of the 12 tree herders, Andesha's. Difficulty, is. Brando couldn't help but whisper. Of course, he had never completed any SSS before. He stood in the middle of a pile of rubble and turned his head, his gaze landing on Andesha. At this moment, the Lord of the Tree Herders no longer had her previous arrogance. Facing Brando's dangerous gaze, Andesha gritted her teeth and immediately said, "I admit defeat." She was very straightforward because she knew that she wasn't a match for Veronica and Mephistopheles. Moreover, in her eyes, Brando wasn't simple either. He had countless tricks up his sleeves and could even destroy the annihilation black hole. In truth, she was more afraid of Brando. "Lady Veronica, can you keep an eye on this person?" Brando didn't intend to force Andesha into a dead end. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention that the Lord of Withering Flowers was an injured lion. The goddess of war of the Cruz Empire looked at the sword in her hand with pity. The once dazzling wind holy sword looked like an ordinary metal now. She sighed and nodded. There was no trace of the Lionheart sword in the loop of trade winds, which meant that the Cruz Empire's efforts were in vain. They even lost the Azure Firmament, which was also a fantasy-grade holy sword. Even Veronica couldn't help but feel dejected. Rockwell is still a guest in the Empire's prison. You can accompany him, Andesha. Veronica said to Andesha as she sheathed her sword. Andesha didn't say a word and only snorted coldly. Brando cursed in his heart. Rockwell was one of the 12 tree herders' patriarchs, the Lord of Tainted Blood. No one had ever seen him in the game. The players thought that he was the big boss behind the scenes, but they didn't expect him to be locked up in the Cruz Empire's prison. The truth was a little awkward. But if Andesha moved in, the Kurlutz Empire would be holding 2 leaders of the tree shepherds captive, and the enmity between them would be too great. But Brando was more than happy to see the Cruz Empire and the tree herders go head to head. Faina finally noticed that the battle at the plaza had ended. She hurriedly ran over with Scarlet not far behind her. The red-haired girl with a ponytail was still a little quiet. She held Sifrid's hand and slowly walked over. The bad-tempered little princess of the Cruz Empire came to Veronica's side. She didn't dare to cross the line and obediently greeted her, "Commander." But Veronica could only shake her head and sigh when she saw the troublesome little princess. Veronica knew that Faina wasn't a bad person, but which noble descendant of the Empire wasn't this arrogant and condescending? The Empire gave them glory, and they used the same pride to protect the Empire's prestige. If they didn't have this kind of pride, how could they have the pride of an eagle? But, the Crew's Empire's goddess of war shook her head and glanced at Brando, who was not far away. Scarlet also silently watched Brando comforting Sifrid without saying a word. What's wrong? Brando noticed the girl's stubborn expression and felt a little strange. It's nothing, my lord. Scarlet replied. She didn't want Brando to see her weakness. Previously, she had no leeway to intervene and could only watch helplessly as her liege fought to protect her. That feeling of complete weakness had completely shattered the perseverance in her heart. Therefore, if she didn't show her stubbornness on her face, she could only show her weak side. She didn't want to be a weak girl in front of her lord. Since it's about time, let's go up and take a look, little one. Veronica suddenly said. She raised her head and looked at the towering world tree. Even though the chances of finding the Lionheart sword were slim, the Crew's Empire's goddess of war was still curious about the secrets of the legendary world tree. Not to mention that there was a legendary ancient flame seed in the world tree. In the present-day Wonde, no one had ever seen the blessing of Martha. It was a seed of order that was left in the world before the gods existed. These seeds had long since turned into huge guardian lands. Veronica wasn't the only one who was slightly moved. Even the Ash Sword Saint was slightly moved when he learned of this secret. This meant that after thousands of years, the civilized world would once again expand its territory. The significance of this was too great. And Desha was the only one who was gnashing her teeth in anger. When Mephisto heard the news, he seemed to be slightly relieved. But I have a strange feeling that Mephisto's face is slightly relieved. He was a little confused. What was with this kind of expression? Brando couldn't help but look at Mephistopheles and Veronica suspiciously. In theory, the Ash Sword Saint and the Crew's Empire's goddess of war were irreconcilable enemies. He almost forgot about it because of the intense battle earlier. But now that he thought about it, how did the two of them end up together? Not only that, but they even fought side by side against Andesha. If this news was spread in the game, 9 out of 10 people wouldn't believe it, and the remaining one would think that he was crazy. But Brando suddenly thought of something and turned to Veronica. Esteemed Lady Veronica, can you explain to me about that guy? Why can't he stand on our side? Veronica pretended to be puzzled and smiled. Count Mephistopheles is a reasonable person, little one. When facing a common enemy like the tree herders, it's normal for us to stand together. The Ash Sword Saint was a reasonable person? Would a reasonable person chase him and Scarlet all over the mountains and plains without saying a word? Brando didn't believe in this kind of reason at all. He couldn't help but look at Veronica suspiciously, and some bad thoughts started to form in his mind. Could it be that this old hag is using some underhanded methods, such as the legendary honey trap? The more Brando thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, even though Veronica was over 100 years old, this age was nothing to someone of her strength. At least on the surface, Veronica could be considered a woman of unparalleled beauty. Even though she rarely pretended to anyone, Brando thought that if she really wanted to, Mephistopheles would fall for her trap. Isn't this how most melodramatic storylines are arranged? What national enmity and personal feelings are intertwined together? Brando suddenly felt that this was simply impossible, and the evidence was irrefutable. But at this moment, he heard Veronica snort coldly in his ear. Little one, what kind of evil thoughts are you having? The Crew's goddess of war stared at him from the corner of her eyes. Me? I'm not. Brando immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Thinking about it was one thing, but if he really said it out loud, whether it was true or not, this woman would probably stab him in the heart first. Humph. But Veronica was so experienced that she could see through Brando's lies at a glance. She could even guess what dirty thoughts were in Brando's mind. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and said, I just made a promise to Count Mephistopheles. As expected. Brando couldn't help but blurt out, this is the so-called promise to marry someone. As expected, my ass. Veronica's veins were bulging even though she was a noble lady. She knocked Brando's head with the hilt of her sword. I just promised to help him restore his kingdom. Wait, restore his kingdom. Brendel blocked the goddess of war's sword with both hands and almost bit his tongue off. Did I hear wrongly? You want to help her restore her kingdom? He looked at Veronica in disbelief. Are you joking? The Cruz Empire will agree to such a thing? Impossible. Those bastards are so arrogant that they almost think that the whole of Wone should listen to their orders. Unless pigs grow wings and fly to the trees, they will spit out the meat in their mouth. No, Brendel shook his head firmly. Even if pigs grow wings and fly to the trees, the Kurlutz people will not bow their heads. Lady Veronica, you're not lying to the honest brother Ash Sword Saint, are you? If he gets angry later, we won't be able to handle it. Don't forget that Andesha is still here. The news was too shocking, and even Brendel almost could not hold it in for a moment. He felt that unless Veronica was the Empress, no, even if she was the Empress, she would never make such a decision. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 462. Veronica looked at Brando helplessly. She found that the young man's impression of Cruz was very bad. Of course, this was because of the hatred between the two countries. Although the hostility between the common people did not prevent her from appreciating the young man from a higher level, she did not know whether to laugh or cry at Brando's hostility towards the Empire. She did not understand how a smart person like Brando could be blinded by the hatred of hundreds of years ago. His vision should be far beyond the lowest level of the Empire and Erewhon. Of course, Veronica did not understand that Brando was so hostile towards the Cruz Empire because of what will happen in the future. Even if he said this reason out loud, the goddess of war of the Empire would probably treat it as the ravings of a lunatic. Brando coughed and remembered that there was an imperial general standing beside him. Veronica's smile made his hair stand on end, so he quickly changed the topic. Actually, I want to say. Lady Veronica, you want to help the Sword Saint of Ashes to restore the Empire, but it seems that it is not that easy. You should know this better than I do, Lady Veronica. Brendel chose his words carefully. The Empire is controlled by the Parliament of Nobles, so even if you have the support of the Emperor, you will still be opposed by the other nobles. Furthermore, the enmity between the Ash Sword Saint and the Kurlutz Empire is no longer just a matter of territory. You should know how many of the Imperial Academy's young cadets were killed during the incident in the Imperial capital. Those young elites are an incalculable loss to the Empire today. I heard that the Empire has even set a bounty of tens of millions on Mr. Mephisto's head. That's not a small sum of money. You seem to be very familiar with the Empire's affairs. Oh, no. I am just a so-so. Brando quickly humbled himself. He wanted to let the goddess of war of the Empire know that he was not joking. This guy is especially looking for trouble with the Empire. Although I don't know why he has such a deep grudge, I think it is enough to motivate him to study the history of the Empire. At this time, Vahina, who had been quiet for a while, suddenly interjected and rolled her eyes at him. Brando was a little surprised. Vahina's words sounded like she was mocking him, but in fact, she was trying to excuse him. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. This lady actually has good intentions? There must be a conspiracy. But Veronica seemed to accept this explanation. She nodded. You are right. This proposal will not pass the Empire. You really lied to him? Even someone like the Sword Saint of Ashes, who no one would dare to offend, he dares to lie to me. As expected of a politician. As expected of a thick-skinned and black-hearted person. Can't you think of something better? Why are all the youngsters nowadays so evil? I'm the Empire's Legion commander, so why would I lie? Veronica glared at him. Of course I'm telling the truth. But didn't you say, I said I can't, but that doesn't mean you can't. Veronica interrupted him. Me? Wait a minute. Brando suddenly understood what Veronica wanted to do. Why should I help him restore his empire? Restoring his empire is not an easy task. Also, this is a deal between the two of you, how can you drag me into it? He could not help but grumble. Why would I? The goddess of war of the Kurluts looked at him slowly. Little one, I can just leave. But I took the risk to persuade him to help you deal with Andesha. Don't you think you owe me a favor? Brando immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. Centuries ago, the Empire also owed Erwin a lot. So let's just call it an eye for an eye. We are even. Veronica did not know whether to laugh or cry. This brat was acting shamelessly. How could this be even? She could not help but poke his forehead. It's not that simple. Besides, this matter is not entirely a bad thing for you. I think you should understand this point. Why are you acting coquettishly with me? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Brando replied with a straight face. Veronica could not help but smile. It's okay, I'll explain it to you. You said that you wanted to help the druids ignite the fire seed. I think you also want this territory, right? Brando did not answer, but she did not care. She continued, you should already have the qualifications to become a knight. The moment the fire seed is ignited in your hands, you will legally have the right to own this land. It's a good plan, but it's not realistic. In the past, no one dared to spy on the loop of trade winds because no one knew that there was a primitive fire seed in the loop of trade winds. It represents a vast territory for growth. It's almost comparable to rebuilding Erewhon. This temptation is too great, and no noble in your country can resist it. Those people do not care about whether it's legal or not. You should know very well, little one. Legal is just a name on the table. A primitive fire seed is enough to make anyone fall out with you. What about you? Brando looked at her with some vigilance. She was right. If this woman suddenly attacked him with a sword, he would not be able to withstand it. Me? Veronica was a little amused. Why would the Empire want an enclave? But if this territory is next to Cruz, maybe I'll be tempted. Brando nodded. In fact, when he thought about it deeply, his plan did have some loopholes. He was used to the way of thinking in the game. He was used to thinking that after obtaining the territory through legal means approved by the system, the only thing left to guard against was probably the players, except for the monsters. But here, those greedy nobles were also players. He felt that he seemed to have thought too much of the situation. First of all, he had a natural sense of closeness to the future Princess Royal because of his past history. But he forgot that in this place, he was just a passerby of the interest group. In the face of a territory that could grow to be comparable to Erewhon in the future, even if the princess was wise, what would she think and let him rule this land? Don't forget, compared to Princess Griffin, he was just a stranger. Brando could bet on the Princess Regent's trust, but he could not afford to do so. This was not only about his future. So when Veronica opened her mouth, Brando actually understood the idea of the war goddess Cruz. She hoped that he could restore the old country of the Ash Sword Saint in this vast territory. This was indeed good for him. First of all, their interests were tied together. The Ash Sword Saint would not sit back and watch his plan to restore the country be spied on by other nobles in Erewhon. However, to use nearly 1/3 of the territory in exchange for a talisman, this price was a little too painful. And what made him very unreconciled was that Veronica had taken care of a mortal enemy of the Empire without the Kurlutzians paying a single price. He was the one who was cutting his own flesh, and that woman was the one who reaped the benefits. For a moment, he suddenly felt that this smiling woman was an eyesore. She said that she was a dignified commander, but in the end, she was just as black-bellied. It's not that easy. Brando thought to himself and shook his head. It's far from enough. You know that compared to the nobles in Erewhon, my influence is far from enough. How can you guarantee that the Ash Sword Saint will be tied to my ship? He could have a better choice. Count Mephistopheles is not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of person either. Commander, do you believe me? Brando gritted his teeth and said. Veronica laughed. You're so smart, little guy. Well, I promise you. As the commander of the Azure Skies, I promise you that I will secretly support you in establishing this territory. With the Empire as your backing, Mephistopheles will not think too much. Brando nodded. This was the result he wanted. Although he dared to guarantee that Cruz would not give him any practical help, as long as he had such a promise, even if the princess wanted to find someone to replace him, she would have to weigh the chips carefully. As for whether Cruz would be able to fulfill this empty promise, there was no need to worry about that. Brando believed in Veronica's ability as a commander. Besides, if he was unlucky and caused Mephistopheles' plan to fail, it would not benefit her at all. But restoring a country is not that simple. Just having land is far from enough. I don't think Count Mephistopheles only wants to be a lord, right? Brando asked again. Of course, there are still some remnants of the original duchy in Kurlutz, and the people of the old country are still living in the original land. As long as these people are willing, I will find a way to arrange for them to be sent over. Veronica nodded and replied. Brando also nodded. Opening up the wilderness was not a simple matter. The guarded ground wasn't something that could be built overnight. It would require years of maintenance before it could reach its limit. It would already be considered fortunate if the fire seed was able to obtain at most 1/10 of the territory the moment it was ignited. To put it bluntly, Mephisto's clansmen were here to help him open up the dark forest. As for the original population of the forest, the Druids, after the calamity of wolves, the population of the Druids in the forest decreased by more than 80%. The remaining ones were mostly the elderly and children. For the time being, they could only focus on recuperating. To put it bluntly, he still had to rely on himself to migrate people from the outside. Therefore, he could not be calculative. After all, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. After confirming all the conditions that Veronica could offer, Brando suddenly asked, Lady Veronica, you are doing all these for the Empire, but no one knows about it. On the contrary, if you arrange for Mephistopheles' people to escape from the Empire, no one will understand. Although I know that you are wholeheartedly doing this for the Empire, it will only be a weakness to your political enemies. Are you willing to do this? Veronica looked at him in annoyance. Stop trying to sow discord, little guy. You're still too inexperienced. I am a citizen of the Empire. Everything that I do for the Empire is of my own free will. The Empire's growing strength is the best reward for me. Besides, she squinted her eyes seductively, even if you succeed in sowing discord between me and the Empire, will you get any benefits from it? Even if I want to change my allegiance, little one, you are still not worthy of my loyalty. She suddenly felt a little amused and added, you are the one who should be loyal to me. Hee. Brando did not mind this level of sarcasm. Then it is a pleasure to work with you. Since we have confirmed the ownership of this place, let us split up and search this area. This way, we will find it faster. I believe that the Druids outside will not be able to resist for long. You are really thick-skinned. Veronica could not help but shake her head. What did he mean by, since we have confirmed the ownership of this place? How thick-skinned must he be to say something like that? But the more confident this young man was, the more she liked him. She smiled and nodded, seems like you are going somewhere by yourself? Of course, Brando did not shy away from the topic, it was not easy to win. I still have to check my spoils of war. He used a tone that belonged to a player and answered matter-of-factly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 463. All right then, little one. Veronica looked at Brando with her emerald eyes. She had obtained the answer she wanted from Brando, so she was not as direct as before. Then I'll go to the west to take a look. Of course, if I find anything, I'll inform you first. She said with a smile. Brando pursed his lips. He did not know why, but Veronica seemed to have an inexplicable tolerance for him. She liked to tease him when she had nothing to do. But putting aside Cruz's identity, the goddess of war's way of doing things was enough to make him admire her. Besides, maintaining a personal relationship with a countess of the empire was not a bad thing for him. It was just that the two of them were destined to plot against each other on the level of the empire. As long as there are enough mutual benefits, it's enough for now. Brando needed a breather to grow stronger, and this agreement with Veronica might be able to help him achieve that. Thus, both of them obtained the most satisfactory results, and their cooperation was quite pleasant. At this time, the Empire's Legion commander had already left the plaza with the little princess of the flower domain. Before she left, Brando saw her stopping beside Mephisto. He did not know what she said, but the famous Ash Sword Saint turned around to look at him. And Desha was naturally taken away, and only the few of them were left in the plaza. Sifrid had been quietly holding on to his hand since the beginning. She had always been a calm and steady person. Brando knelt down to help her wipe the dust off her face. He looked at the little girl who had a head of long, vine-like hair that reached her ankles. He suddenly felt a little worried that she would grow up to be like Scarlet. Even though her lack of mouth was a cute trait, Brando was still worried about her mental state. He turned around to look at the red-haired girl, and his strange gaze made her feel a little strange. She silently lowered her head and frowned. "Is my face dirty? Why would my lord keep looking at me like that? Does he want to help me wipe my face?" She suddenly recalled the scene of Brando kneeling beside Sifrid and carefully cleaning her face. She could not help but feel a little restless. She did not know if she should accept or reject his request. But Brando only looked at her for a little while longer. Amon's corpse was still in the plaza, and that was the thing that he was interested in. Brando knew that a person like Amon would definitely have a lot of good things on him. At the very least, the equipment that allowed him to instantly cast high-grade defensive spells was priceless in the game. However, the chaos energy of the Annihilation black hole contained the law of annihilation. Even a piece of equipment like the Azure Firmament could not withstand it. But it was useless. There was one thing he regretting it, the chaos energy's law of Amon's. But the law, of course, the black S's. And the chaos. God, annihilation, but it. The fragment of the Book of Mavakart. A fragment of a fake divine artifact would be considered a high-grade material in the game. The place where the Annihilation black hole had been destroyed was now a bottomless pit. Smoke curled up from the bottom of the pit, and the surroundings were silent. Brendel was not used to there being no players fighting for equipment after a boss fight. He slid to the bottom of the pit 3 steps at a time, and his eyes twitched. Amidst the black smoke at the bottom of the pit, there was a ball of black light floating in the air. Even though Brando had never seen a fragment of the Book of Mavakart before, he could recognize it at a glance. A divine artifact was far stronger than a normal equipment. Even if it was damaged, the threads of law that were attached to it would still remain. The ball of black light was a pure remnant of the law of chaos, entropy, and the law of dissociation. In fact, all fragments of high-grade equipment were the same. As soon as he got close, he could feel a strong aura. Brando did not know how to deal with this thing. In the game, he rarely had the chance to come into contact with such a high-grade item. Even though this thing was a material, the law of dissociation was quite difficult to deal with. As it did not have a physical body, there was no way to put it in the backpack, unless there was something like a dimensional bag. However, Brando had never seen anything with dimensional attributes since he transmigrated. He thought for a moment, and reached out his silver right hand that was wrapped in the grip of Bahamut, and grabbed the ball of black light. The grip of Bahamut was known as the Blessing of the Dragon King, and it was also a product of inheriting the law of dissociation. As soon as he grabbed the thing, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This thing. Brando was suddenly stunned, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. He realized that the Book of Mavakart was purely a remnant of the law of order. After this thing was refined, it was actually the same thing as the magic that created monsters. To put it simply, he realized that he could directly convert this thing into EXP that he could use. Brando almost screamed, because compared to the Book of Mavakart's law of dissociation, monsters that were below gold grade were simply dregs. This thing was simply treated as a boss, and a boss that was close to the power of a demigod. The EXP of a boss that was over level 160. Moreover, this was not an era where monsters were everywhere 120 years after the Great Demonic Tide, and the world leader boss's levels were all above level 200. This was the year of the sword, when the War of the Black Rose had just broken out. In this era, even the demigod awakened elemental awakened Scarlet was considered a mini-boss. An old witch like Andesha, who was almost level 80 to level 90, was considered a world leader. Oh my god, Martha, am I dreaming? Brando suddenly felt like he had been hit by a huge pie in the sky. He had casually extracted 20 to 30,000 EXP, and the ball of black light did not even seem to have the mood to reduce its size. Brando roughly estimated that this thing was worth at least tens of millions of EXP. He could not help but curse in his heart. It seemed that he had never been so lucky since he transmigrated. Could this be the legendary saying that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Of course, extracting EXP from this thing was not that easy, because the law of a divine artifact was very tight. Extracting power from it was equivalent to stripping the law from it. Brando felt resistance from the beginning of the extraction. Although this resistance would not affect him much, it would still take some time to absorb all the EXP. He thought for a moment, and decided to find a way to keep this thing first. This was a rare treasure. Brando felt that even if he fell asleep with this thing in his arms, he would wake up with a smile. The EXP of a world leader in the middle of the demonic tide was all for himself. This was something that he did not even dare to think about. But if he wanted to keep this thing, then the problem was back to square one. Where was he going to get a multidimensional bag? Multidimensional bags were not rare in Woned, but they were not cheap either. The average person would definitely not be able to afford them, but people like Veronica and Mephisto would definitely have them. Brando thought for a moment, and decided to let the Ash Sword Saint bleed a little. Who asked him to help him restore his country? This could be considered as an early payment. He immediately climbed out of the pit and prepared to borrow a multidimensional bag from Mephisto. But at this moment, a familiar voice rang in his mind. Huh? This is a fragment of a divine artifact. How did you get it, little brother? It was the voice of Orthless. In fact, ever since he encountered the remnant of the dark dragon Odin's will, Brando felt that Orthless had been in a deep sleep. He almost thought that the dark dragon had done something in secret. After all, Orthless was a subordinate of the Four Sages, and both sides were mortal enemies. But he did not expect that she would wake up at this time. Orthless, where did you go? Brando immediately asked. He wanted to confirm if Orthless had sensed Odin's presence. Call me big sister, little fool. Of course I saw that guy. He should have sensed my presence too. Orthless snorted and replied softly in his mind. Brando could not help but grin. Then You accepted his inheritance, right? I know that too. Orthless's voice did not sound angry. Although wind elves had always been indifferent, Orthless's emotions were still very obvious. Brando could not tell that she was angry, but he knew that this big sister really did not mind. But he was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, the Four Sages and the Dark Dragon should be mortal enemies. Orthless gave her Ring of the Wind Empress to him, which meant that she had chosen him as her successor. How could she not mind him accepting the Dark Dragon's inheritance? But Orthless seemed to have guessed Brando's doubts and replied, there is no right or wrong in power itself. The most important thing is the person who controls it. Don't tell me that big sister doesn't have that much heart. I have high hopes for you, otherwise I would not have given you the ring. Besides, I also want to know what kind of inheritance that guy has. It sounds like you admire that guy a lot. Yes, Orthless did not avoid the topic and said in a reminiscing tone, after all, he was our strongest opponent. Generally speaking, people who have reached his level of strength are bound to have charisma. But after all, we are not in the same camp, and we represent different ideals. As the saying goes, good and evil cannot coexist. But now that we are all dead, the hatred of the past has long disappeared. Now, all that is left is respect for the opponent. Hearing Orthlus's answer, Brando could not help but be silent. If a person did not fight for personal hatred, but for faith, perhaps he was worthy of respect. But history was history, and it was not something that a bystander like him could easily understand. Because he was not in that era, perhaps he could not understand the ideas that belonged to that era. Then what happened to you before? He didn't do anything to you, right? Brando asked again. Orthlus did not mind the actions of the dark dragon, but now he was worried about the situation of this big sister wind elf. After all, the existence of the dark dragon was famous in history for being unforgivable. The elven knight shook her head in his mind. No, it's just that he passed some information about the inheritance to me, and I didn't react for a while. Information about the inheritance? Brando thought to himself. What kind of inheritance did the dark dragon have to pass on to his enemy? Although it was said to be respect for the opponent, the enemy was still the enemy after all. Could it be that the consciousness of these two groups of people had really reached the legendary height of communism? No matter how he thought about it, it was too strange. But Orthlus did not seem to want to talk about this issue in depth. She avoided the question and changed the topic. By the way, my dear little brother, that guy seems to have awakened some of the ancient bloodlines in your body. I feel that you can learn some of my swordsmanship now. What? Brando felt that a big piece of meat had fallen from the sky, and it made him dizzy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 464. Really? Brando couldn't believe it. Of course. Orthlus rolled her eyes at him. Then what can I learn? Brendel couldn't help but ask immediately. The era of the War of the Holy Saints was probably the era that Vaunt had the closest connection with the ancient times in the past 1 or 2,000 years. After that, many of the ancient swordsmanship and combat skills passed down on the earth were lost. High-level skills completely disappeared, and even mid-level skills became rare goods. And just 1,000 years ago, among the Wind Elves, soldiers in the second-tier legions like the Forest Guards also studied mid-level skills. That was an era when power was at its peak. In the game, such an era would only return to the real world after more than 100 years, when the tide of the demon moon reached its peak. Ancient skills would only return to the real world after they were excavated from the stone slabs buried in the ground. But now, Wond was still a barren land. Even the White Raven swordsmanship, which was inherited from the Wind Elves, could be considered a secret technique of the royal family. Orthlus was a heroic spirit who had lived through that era. As the Knight of the Wind Empress and the owner of this ring, Brando couldn't imagine what kind of inheritance she had. But what was certain was that this royal sister, who had accumulated over 1,000 years of experience in swordsmanship, was definitely a treasure trove to him, a huge and dazzling treasure trove. In swordsmanship, if you can't use your heart as one, it will be difficult to reach a high level. Orthlus looked at him seriously and said, So although I know a lot of things, I only plan to teach you one. 9 Luminaries Sword Art. What? Brando almost thought he heard wrong. 9 Luminaries Sword Art. Orthlus repeated. As if he was struck by lightning, Brando froze and stared at Orthlus in shock. According to legend, the inheritance of the Wind Elves was split into 3 after the War of the Holy Saints. The Summer King, Quainar, inherited the Sword of the Sun, and together with his scorching Sun Knights, seized the throne of the Elven King. To this day, the descendants of the Knights were still the mainstream nobles of the Wind Elven Empire. Saint Tossel's Knight Guards, the Starsong Knights, held the Starsong Sword. However, this line of inheritance had long been lost in history. When the last knight died over 400 years ago, the Starsong Sword was completely buried under the long river of history. But other than the Star and Sun, the Moon Sword, which was once the strongest and inherited from Saint Tossel, seemed to have been forgotten. Even her original people disappeared after the war. It was like a story of the past that was covered in dust and spider webs. No one mentioned it after that. But Orthless enunciated the words 9 luminaries sword art clearly. It indeed came from Saint Tossol's moon sword, known as the strongest sword art. It was also one of the 3 great sword arts of the War of the Holy Saints. It was also the origin of the national emblem of Saint Tossol, the sacred wind empress. Brando was shocked. He originally thought that as the Knight of the Wind Empress, Orthless would be the inheritor of the Starsong sword. However, he did not expect her to bring out the moon inheritance the moment she opened her mouth. The 9 luminaries sword art was a strike of 9 swords. When one person attacked, it was as if 9 people were fighting side by side. If the speed of the flash strike sword art was its own specialty, then the 9 luminaries sword art was the limit of area of effect attacks. Or to put it simply, it was the strongest AoE swordsmanship. Moreover, regardless of whether it was an intermediate or advanced swordsmanship, it was one of the 3 major swordsmanship that was on par with the Flame King Gretel's flash strike sword art and the Saint Eleranta's roar of the mountains and earth. In terms of reputation and practical use, it was not wrong to say that it was a genuine swordsmanship. I can learn it? Of course. Now? Brendel was a little incoherent after being hit by a big pie. If you have time now, of course I can stop and teach you slowly. Orthless looked around, but I suggest you deal with things here first. After all, swordsmanship is not something that can be learned overnight. With Orthless's reminder, Brando came back to his senses. Indeed, swordsmanship could be learned at any time, but there were more important things at hand. The Druids were still struggling to hold on, and he had to find the primordial flame seed in the loop of trade winds as soon as possible. And before that, he had to deal with the remnant laws of the Book of Mavakart. Otherwise, he would not be able to travel with such unstable energy. Speaking of which, Orthless looked at the black light in his hand. Little guy, this looks like a fragment of a divine artifact. How did you get it? It's just a fake. Brando answered truthfully. A fake is already very impressive. What do you plan to do with it? This is a pure law of order. You can absorb its power for your own use. This thing is a rare treasure for you. You have to think of a way to deal with it properly. A heroic spirit from the War of the Holy Saints was indeed a heroic spirit from the War of the Holy Saints. With Orthless's knowledge, she could actually see through the essence of this thing at a glance. Well, I have experience dealing with this kind of thing. I just have to find a dimensional item to store it in. Brando answered without blushing. Dimensional attribute, huh? That's a good idea. The stability of the law of space can freeze many high-level elements. Fragments of the law of space are not a problem. Orthless was talking to the young man when she suddenly stopped and looked to the side in surprise. What's wrong? Brando asked. Aren't you looking for a dimensional item? Orthless asked. Huh? Brando immediately looked in that direction, but Orthless could not see anything. Not to mention a dimensional bag, there was not even a small piece of rock in the vicinity. However, Brando knew that Orthless would not joke with him at this time. He carefully observed for a while, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn, no way. The surprise in his heart quickly turned into surprise, and then surprise turned into a pleasant surprise. It was the kind of surprise that one would get if they found some money on the side of the road. After repeated inspection, Brando found that there was a slightly shining silver line in the smoke. The silver line was so small that if Orthless did not remind him, he would not have noticed it. Of course, it was not a silver line at all. If Brando guessed correctly, it should be something he was very familiar with. He immediately walked over and carefully pressed his hand on the silver line, and then gently pulled it apart. The smoke around the silver line surged, and a hole appeared in front of him. It seemed to have no thickness at all from the side, but from the front, it looked like a cross-section. It was as if space had been cut open. Dimensional hole. This. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. There was a shiny object in his hand. This is. He took a deep breath and raised his hand. There was a shiny object in his hand. God-slaying magic breaking all. Orthless sucked in a breath of cold air. This thing was made from the wood of the golden tree and had a secret magic circle on it. It had the ability to suppress all elemental elements and magic power. Other than the power of existence, almost all elemental elements could be suppressed. Brando also knew that this thing had another name. It was called pain in the balls, because it could suppress all elements, magic, and supernatural abilities for a minute. It was the best weapon to use against people. However, this item was one of the few experimental products that Great Priest Farnazane had made in the later stages of his life in order to grasp the power of chaos. In this world, he was the only person who had grasped both the power of order and chaos at the same time, and the method of making it had long since been lost. Furthermore, it was a one-time consumable item, so the few items left behind were all priceless. Brando had seen people use it a few times when he was fighting world bosses in the game. As for using it against people, no one would be so extravagant as to use it against people. It could suppress elements and magic. It was like the world of Wond had one less nuclear weapon. However, you actually have a total of 7 of these nuclear weapons in this dimensional cave. 7. Brando took out the god-slaying magic-breaking alls one by one, and then took out a lot of transparent test tubes and bottles. These were all holy potions. There were hundreds of bottles of holy potions. Since holy potions were a product of the War of the Holy Saints, Orthless did not know the use of these things. However, when she learned from Brando that these potions could be used to directly restore life, this knowledgeable knight could not help but be amazed. After all, civilization was still developing. Although the magic of the demon moon had been declining since the end of the War of the Holy Saints, there was no lack of intelligent people among the later generations. They had invented many things that were not available before the War of the Holy Saints. For example, magic technology, airships, and so on. However, at this time, Brando's expression suddenly changed again. He stopped what he was doing, and then took out 2 bottles of potions from the dimensional hole. Orthless recognized that it should still be holy potions, but looking at Brando's expression, it did not seem like it. Of course, she did not know that Brando's heart was in turmoil at the moment. He took out holy potions number 1. Holy potions number 1 were the original products of all holy potions. In order to develop a potion that could heal the wounded, the Holy Sanctum first produced this product. This thing was the crystallization of countless manpower and money, and its initial effect was beyond everyone's expectations. In terms of holy potions number 1 were definitely the best. But for a potion that was used on a large scale, it had a huge drawback: it was too expensive. Due to the lack of cost, the effect of holy potions number 1 had almost reached the realm of reviving the dead with just 1 drop, but the price was enough to make any force in the world shudder. It was precisely because of this reason that other types of holy potions after holy potions number 1 were gradually mass-produced. Of course, the effect was getting more and more diluted. The 2 bottles of holy potions Brando took out were no longer holy potions in his eyes, but glittering gold coins. No, it should be said that it was a dazzling mountain of gold. He placed these items in front of him one by one, and his eyes could not help but become a little sluggish as he took a deep breath. He then checked the items in the dimensional hole and found that it was not only holy potions, but also gold and silver coins. There were also large amounts of magic materials and some high-grade magic armors. They were all standard armors and weapons of the Holy Sanctum. Martha above. Brando counted all the items and swallowed dryly. He could already confirm that this dimensional hole was definitely something left behind by Amon. He originally thought that the High Priest's belongings had been completely destroyed by the Annihilation Black Hole, but he did not expect that fate would give him such a surprise at the last moment. Martha above praised the dimensional hole. He could not help but silently make a note of it in his heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 465. There were a total of 573 sets of armor from the Temple of Light in the dimensional space. These were used by the monk soldiers, and they were all bronze-grade equipment. There were also a few sets of silver-grade armor for the Knight of the Temple. There were life crystals and anti-magic circles on them, which could protect vital parts from attacks and increase magic resistance. Among the standard equipment, these were considered very high-quality goods. There were also weapons, mainly two-handed swords and long swords. The shiny blades were branded with the symbol of a flame, which was also a product of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Brando thought about it carefully and knew that these things must have been prepared by Amon for the rebels of the Tree Herders. Now that they had become his spoils of war, he could use them to equip the White Lion Legion. Of course, he had to think of a way to change their appearance. These standard equipment were neatly stacked together. Not far from them, there was another pile of messy equipment floating in the dimensional space. These should be the spoils of war that Amon had obtained from the enemy. However, there were no high-quality goods, and it seemed that Amon didn't care much about these things. He didn't even bother to organize them, and just casually piled them into a pile. However, Brando was slightly surprised because he saw a silver accessory with a dark black gem floating outside the pile of equipment. It seemed to have been put in last. He was very familiar with all kinds of equipment. As soon as he saw it, he felt that it looked familiar. He couldn't help but reach out and grab it. Only then did he see that the black gem in the center of the silver accessory had a silver rune that seemed to be naturally formed. This is... Brando recognized that this was a high-grade amulet. This amulet was called Tears of the Lich. The equipment level was actually above fantasy. When he looked at the effects, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. Tears of the Lich, item level 300 OZ, hardens the skin, increases HP by 300, defense by 1, necromancy curse by 1. Activation rune, instantly cast a spell below circle 8. 0/30, so that's how it is. It's actually this thing. There was no doubt that this was what Amon had relied on to instantly cast several defensive spells. Seeing the 0/30 energy pool at the back, Brando knew that this thing should be similar to the Ring of the Wind Empress. Every instant cast would consume a bit of energy, and the total energy limit was 30. Once it was used up, it would take some time to refill. However, it would take a few hours to fill up the Ring of the Wind Empress. Who knew how long this thing would take? But even so, this thing was abnormal enough. Not only could it instantly cast a total of 30 circle spells, but it also provided a shocking amount of attributes. 300 HP, plus 1 defense, and a level 1 undead curse. Before the perfect body, the character's HP was equivalent to the basic HP, plus the level correction and the constitution multiplied by 2. As a warrior, one of the most tanky professions, Brando's HP was only about 411 at the moment. Wearing this thing directly doubled his HP. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. No wonder Amon was like a cockroach. He was clearly a mage, but he was still fine after taking a few hits from him. Damn it, with this equipment, even if he couldn't catch up to a warrior of the same level, he would at least be on par with a ranger. Brando couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. There were too many strange equipment in the amber sword. Judging by common sense, you could fail miserably at any time. This sentence was true. However, Brando also knew that although this amulet looked a little abnormal, it was still a high-level equipment. Normally speaking, an equipment with a level 300 energy rating should only be available after level 5 or 60 for a single profession. The highest energy rating he had on him was Halran Gaia, which was over 100. An average person at his level would only be able to equip an item of around 300 energy rank. If he were to wear this amulet, he would probably have to strip naked and run around naked. But this wasn't a problem for him. After Endesha used the blood of gods to mess with his body, it wasn't strange to say that his body was no different from a monster's. Even if he didn't rely on any level adjustments, his 124 willpower allowed him to equip up to 1,240 ounces. Basically, he was on par with a single level 100 character. It was too easy for him to equip equipment that was 20 or 30 levels above him. Since that was the case, Brando naturally wouldn't be polite and directly put away the amulet. After taking stock of the equipment in the dimensional cave, it had only been a minute or two since he had entered the pit. But at this moment, footsteps could be heard from the fog outside. Scarlet? Brando thought for a moment and felt that it was unlikely. Scarlet's footsteps weren't that heavy, so it should be a man. He thought for a moment and casually put the fragment of the Book of Mavacart back into the dimensional hole, then bound the silver line with his psychic energy. This way, as long as he was still alive, no one would be able to open the dimensional hole. After all, dimensional holes were different from dimensional bags. Dimensional holes were at least 1,000 times more expensive than dimensional bags in the Amber Sword, but the volume of the two was similar. This was because dimensional bags were too easy to break. Although they had dimensional attributes, the outer layer of the bag was about the same as a normal dimensional bag. Once it was broken, the player would often have to pay a huge price. In the past, Brendel had seen some extremely wretched people who simply stuffed their multidimensional pouch into their underwear to ensure that the person was there and the multidimensional pouch was there. Of course, this was the wisdom of the general public. After all, there was no such thing as the most wretched player, only the more wretched ones. As he was thinking about these messy things, the footsteps above his head were getting closer and closer. Brando looked up and squinted his eyes to see a tall figure appear behind the fog. As he expected, it was Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. "You'd better come and see this." Mephistopheles stood on the pit and looked down at him. The middle-aged man's grayish-brown eyes were still a little too calm, so calm that a needle would fall without a sound. It was as if he had chased Brando and Scarlet all over the mountain earlier was an illusion. The Ash Sword Saint didn't care at all. Brando didn't know how this guy's personality was developed, but it seemed that he was really arrogant. How should he put it? A little too proud. But he had to admit that without this kind of pride in his bones, how would he dare to challenge an entire empire? What's going on? There's something under the ruins. Something? If he wasn't mistaken, this square should be a gathering place for the ancient silver folk. It was just a market, so what could be under the market? But Brando wouldn't jump to conclusions. He nodded to Mephistopheles and climbed out of the pit. "You're not guarding against that man?" Orthless asked in his mind. "Don't worry, I know this guy better than Veronica." Brando replied. With the Ash Sword Saint's personality, he wouldn't even bother to make a sneak attack. If it wasn't for the matter of revenge against the Empire, he wouldn't even look at him. Besides, they were now in the same boat, and Mephistopheles was a man of his word. He would never do something like humiliating himself. Brando climbed up, and as expected, Mephistopheles watched him from beginning to end. But Brando's unguarded behavior still surprised him. It was definitely not an act. People who could do this were either idiots or geniuses. Of course, Brando didn't look like an idiot. Otherwise, the Amon who had just died would probably come back to life in anger. Then, the only possibility left was that he was a genius. The Sword Saint in the eyes of others didn't show any emotion on his face, but he never stopped scheming in his mind. Of course, he didn't consider the possibility of success or failure in his deal with Veronica, but he never considered the possibility of relying on others. As long as Brando agreed to give him 1/3 of the territory, he could build this country on his own. But now, after seeing Brando's performance, Mephistopheles' heart wavered a little. Perhaps cooperating with this young man wasn't a bad thing after all. It was always pleasant to work with smart people. Besides, Brando was only in his early 20s, and he already had such achievements. Perhaps the future dukedom would need his protection. Of course, Mephistopheles wasn't stupid enough to think that he could live forever. That was the thought of those who thought they were the center of the world. After his death, whether the dukedom could continue to exist or whether he could find a suitable successor was still unknown. Brando came up to him and asked, "Where is it?" Of course, he didn't know that Mephistopheles' mind was in turmoil. His original thoughts had changed several times, and this change was reflected in his tone. "It's here. I'll take you to see it." Brando was stunned and looked at him with some surprise. The place Mephistopheles found was in a corner of the plaza. The place had been destroyed by Andesha in the previous battle, revealing a dark space below. The golden brambles that had been rapidly growing had already extended in this direction. The dense, thorny branches extended into the depths of the pit as if they had been growing for thousands of years. If one did not look carefully, they would not have noticed that there was a man-made path at the bottom of the pit. This place was actually discovered by Scarlet, Sifrid, and Mephistopheles. They were guarding the entrance to the golden thorns. When Brando looked down, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It's an underground city. The first thing he saw was a layer of something that looked like a crystal sheet, about 2 fingers thick and a few meters wide, in the middle of the fault. These things appeared like a crystal lattice on the surface of the tunnel below. Brando had seen many things in his life, and he knew at a glance that it was a channel used to transmit energy. This meant that there was a center that supplied magic energy below the plaza. After a bit of analysis, he came to the conclusion that the entire Valhalla's control center was in the underground city below. The buildings on top of the World Tree seemed to be nothing more than a smokescreen. As for the so-called underground control center, as well as the center of the magic energy, Brendel could only think of one possibility after thinking about it. The flame seed. Mr. Sword Saint, I think you found the big guy. He muttered to himself as he looked at the dark tunnel below. The crystal lattice patterns in the tunnel extended in a single direction. There was no doubt that as long as he followed these patterns, he would be able to easily find the final destination. Note, the amulet increases necromancy curses by 1. Similar to the D2 bonus, the amulet can only be used when the character has mastered the corresponding skill. This was slightly different from the Lion's Medal's conflict aura. Valhalla's chapters will probably end in 3 or 4 chapters. The battles and adventures have basically come to an end. It's mainly because the story dragged on for too long, and I spent a lot of time organizing my thoughts. So, I'm giving you a heads up. To be continued. If you like this story, you're welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 466. After entering the underground from the broken corner of the ruins, what appeared before his eyes was a huge underground world. Long and thin corridors connected one after another to warehouses, hideouts, and war preparation fortresses. This was obviously the defense line of the underground city on the surface. He had seen such a defense line in the Kurlut's Leont Mountain Fortress and the Elves' underground ruins, but it was far from being as perfect as this one. The walls of the corridors were made of the toughest rocks, and the crystalline patterns on them extended all the way to the deepest part of the underground. This style of architecture was incompatible with Won's aesthetic standards, as if it was the legacy of a prehistoric civilization that had been dormant for eons. It gave Brando a sense of familiarity. If the surrounding rocks were replaced with metal, Brando would have thought that he was walking in a huge underground research center. Weren't the crystalline networks used to transmit energy? The futuristic style combined with the thick historical aura of the eroded rocks gave off a sense of sacredness. He could not help but sigh. The designer of the amber sword setting was indeed a world-class master. Brando appreciated everything from the perspective of a player. It was a completely different feeling from the others. Scarlet and Sifrid, who were following closely behind him, were stunned speechless. It was as if they were holding their breaths. They were deeply shocked by the ancient civilization. Mephisto, the Ash Sword Saint, was in a slightly better state. However, as he observed his surroundings, his gray eyes flashed with surprise from time to time. Brando's carefree attitude surprised Orthlis. It was the first time she had seen such a well-preserved silver civilization's ruins. It was as if the people were gone, and the ruins still had the aura of the previous era. Brando, on the other hand, seemed to be used to it. She noticed that his gaze was filled with appreciation and familiarity. It was an expression that transcended others. In fact, that was indeed the case. There was a soul in his body that transcended this world. Coming to the ruins of the ancient civilization, other people would feel sacred, solemn, and shocked, but Brando felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned home. It was as if a few players were greeting him with a smile. "Hey buddy, wanna join us for an adventure?" Brando's lips curved into a smile. "Yes, I can't go back to Earth anymore." But the world of Vaunt, which was interwoven in his dreams, always reminded him of what had happened. "Kid, tell me seriously. Are you one of Erewhon's people?" Orthless suddenly asked. Eh? Brando snapped out of his daze. Why did she ask that? Could it be that Orthless had discovered his true identity? It seemed impossible at first, but Brendel could not help but feel a little guilty. "Why do you ask?" "Look at the difference between you and them." Orthless pointed at Scarlet and Sifrid, who were completely dumbfounded. "How can a normal person be like you? Even if scholars have read similar descriptions in books, shouldn't they be in awe when they see the real thing? But Brando, you're just admiring them. It's as if you're a master leading a guest around his luxurious villa. Tell me honestly, are you a descendant of the Silver Clan?" Orthless's eyes flashed with suspicion. It was obvious that she had been suspecting him for a long time. But Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not think that Orthless would think of something like this. What the hell is going on? But he immediately shook his head. Of course not. I'm a descendant of Erewhon. My ancestors were even nobles. Does Erewhon's nobility mean anything to me? What a joke. The Wind Empress glared at him. Although Brando's words had dispelled her doubts, she had not completely given up. But even if you're a descendant of the Silver Clan, it doesn't matter. The more powerful the successor, the more gratified I will be. Of course, he wouldn't say that he didn't want to become a silver person because he didn't want to be too different from Freya and Roman. He looked back at Scarlet again, and the others around him did the same. They passed through layers of defense and gradually went deeper into the underground. Deep in the rock formation, the sound had become extremely slow. The temperature had risen a little, but the surroundings were quiet. After a while, Brando heard the sound of water dripping in the distance. He estimated that there were at least 3 lines of defense near the surface. It was built like a maze, and thanks to his experience, he was able to pass through it without wasting time. After passing through the stronghold system on the surface, they should be in the living area of the underground city. The underground city was similar to the city on the surface. There were residential areas, commercial areas, meeting places, temples, palaces, and a huge drainage system. He had seen such cities in the hometown of the mountain dwarves. He also knew that the monsters in the underground drainage system would occasionally come to the upper areas and become the mission targets of the players. However, the underground city had water for a long time. Other than the drainage system, underground rivers, underground streams, and seepage ponds, there was only the auditorium. The so-called auditorium was equivalent to the square on the surface. In the middle of the square, there were usually seepage ponds and springs. The auditorium connected the residential area and the commercial area, providing water for a considerable area nearby. Therefore, when they heard the sound of water dripping here, it meant that they were not far from the central area of the underground city. After walking in the dark for about a minute with the glowing gem in his hand, the light in Brando's hands suddenly scattered in all directions. The low rock walls around them suddenly disappeared, and they walked into a wide underground space. The light in front of them scattered on the ground, revealing a huge square paved with uneven stone slabs. In the middle of the square was a spring, and the spring water was still flowing slowly even after thousands of years. However, the rock platform around the spring had been eroded and riddled with holes. The water overflowed the top of the platform and overflowed into the square, forming a large area that was sunken and submerged. "It's a square. It's just as you said, Brother Brando," Sifrid exclaimed. Scarlet also looked at Brando with admiration. In her eyes, even though he was young, he was a very knowledgeable scholar. Compared to the other nobles who only knew how to be jealous and indulge in sensual pleasures at this age, Brendel was already able to converse with the likes of the Ash Sword Saint and Veronica on an equal footing. He was even able to guide them in terms of knowledge. Yes. Brando nodded. He was also a little excited. If they found the auditorium, it meant that they were not far from their goal. Especially since the auditorium was so large, it must be connected to a palace or a temple. He looked up and looked at the dense holes in the walls, hoping to find the symbol he was familiar with. He first found the holy emblem of the Holy Cathedral. Won's belief in the past had not changed, and Lady Martha had always been protecting the intelligent beings of the land. Although the appearance of the holy emblem had more or less changed due to different aesthetic standards, the holy woman in the middle of the emblem was easily recognizable. Soon, the group of people walked around the square once. At this time, Brando's eyes suddenly lit up. It's here. He found that the tunnel leading to the palace was on the opposite side of the central axis of the square. The palace was the core of the dungeon and also the center of defense. If the fire seed could exist in this dungeon, the ancient silver folk would definitely place it in the center of the city. The goal of this dangerous trip was right in front of him. Even with Brando's experience, he could not help but feel a little anxious. Veronica and Mephisto only thought that this was a new place to guard, but Brando knew the true meaning of the flame seed's existence. Therefore, he could give up 1/3 of the land to the Ash Sword Saint without hesitation, but it was absolutely impossible for him to give up the biggest secret here. That was his biggest hope of saving Erewhon. He took a deep breath, and couldn't help but walk up in quick steps. But at this time, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles suddenly grabbed him. A black shadow rushed toward them. Mephisto pulled out the great sword on his back and slashed at the shadow. With a loud clang, Brendel saw that the black shadow that was sent flying was actually a giant scythe that came slashing down from the ceiling. The scythe was shining with a strange light, and it must have been imbued with a powerful spell. If it hit, even an elemental ranker would not be able to withstand it. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He was so excited that he forgot the most basic thing, a trap. Of course, with his reaction speed, this thing would not hit him. But Mephisto's actions had won him over. This meant that the Ash Sword Saint was indeed planning to be on the same boat as him. He calmed down and nodded to Mephisto. "Be careful," the Ash Sword Saint said calmly. "Okay." After avoiding the first trap, the path behind was indeed full of thorns. But then, it was Brando's own show. He was neither a nightingale nor a rogue, so he did not have the special ability to detect traps. But even if he had not eaten meat, he had seen pigs run. Brando's experience as a level 130 warrior was rich. What kind of underground city had he not explored? What kind of trap had he not seen before? He had even been to the ruins of the Gold Folk, let alone the ruins of a level 60 silver civilization. In comparison, Valhalla was just a little more well-preserved, but those traps were nothing new to him. With a casual glance, he could see how a trap worked. He led the group of people through the underground tunnel as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in the park. Mephisto was not familiar with Brando, so he naturally thought that he was an expert in mechanical engineering. But to Scarlet and Sifrid, it was a completely different story. In their eyes, Brendel's halo had increased by another ring. Orthless could not understand how a young man like him could be so proficient in everything. It also did not make sense based on the amount of time he had spent studying. The underground palaces of the Silver Ancestors were distributed horizontally and vertically. They were not complicated or extravagant. The main structure was still made of stone, and the smooth surface of the floor was covered in a network of crystals that extended into the darkness. The only difference was that the interior of the palace was much larger and wider than the outside. There were even rectangular pillars in the middle of the palace that required a dozen people to wrap their arms around. Energy transmission networks spread out between the pillars like a spider's web, and there were signs that they were getting denser. Suddenly, Brando's eyes followed the light from the gemstone in his hand. His vision went past about 30 pillars that formed a circle, and a huge lighthouse appeared in the middle. Brando had thought that it was a lighthouse when he first saw it. In the dark space, a huge pyramid stood quietly. However, at the top of the pyramid, there was a rather huge shuttle-shaped crystal floating. It was at least 20 meters tall, and the widest part was almost the same as the height. The crystal flashed like ripples, and soft light came out of these ripples. Although it was extremely weak, it could still illuminate the area around the pyramid. Everyone was speechless when they saw this scene. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 467. This was the fire seed. It had slumbered in the darkness for thousands of years, and the faint light was like the first rays of dawn in the darkness. A goddess reached out her hand and guided her children forward with a warm smile. Everyone was shocked by this scene and could not speak for a long time. Even Brando was no exception. Lady Martha, Scarlet, Sifrid, and Mephistopheles muttered in a daze. She had never given up on her children. It was as if she had been slumbering for thousands of years, but the fire had stubbornly burned through the darkness until her children came here once more. It was a lighthouse, but it exuded a gentle and great power that could penetrate the hearts of people. Brando raised his head, a rare solemn expression on his face. This was the passing of civilization. Countless years later, they would come here again and pick up the torch left behind by their ancestors, allowing the light of civilization to pierce through the darkness once more. A sacred feeling flowed through his blood. He could feel the impenetrable power pulsing through his veins even when he closed his eyes. It was the yearning of all intelligent beings for civilization, order, and light. When Prometheus ignited the first fire seed in the vast and dark land, civilization walked out of ignorance for the first time and began its never-ending search for the world of light. It was a feeling that was passed down in his blood, and it would suddenly awaken at a specific time. It was as if a horn was blown across the vast land, instantly bringing people back to the time when they were pioneers in the wilderness. This was the will of the ancestors. Brando took a deep breath and looked back at the others. Mephistopheles nodded at him, while Scarlet nervously placed her hands in front of her chest. Sifrid looked at them, then at Brando, puzzled. Then I'll go. Let the light of the fire spread across the land. Brando replied. Go. The Ash Sword Saint looked at the lighthouse with a solemn expression. Brando turned back and walked up the stairs to the large crystal. The crystal continued to emit a gentle light. When everyone raised their heads, they saw him walking towards the light step by step. The light actually turned into feathers behind him, looking more and more like the robe and crown that he was wearing. At this moment, a maxim from Cruz's pale poem suddenly flashed in Mephisto's mind. Child, I will give you a pair of wings made of light. Only then can I make you king. Although he thought it was nonsense, the Ash Sword Saint's heart couldn't help but beat faster in such a situation. It was as if Brando was approaching Martha step by step, and the supreme goddess was about to crown the young man who had lowered his head. But he didn't know that this feeling was even stronger in Brando's heart. The closer he got to the light, the more intense it became, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. He stretched out his hand and placed it on the crystal. His heart pounded, and he couldn't help but think of this sentence. Lady Martha, after thousands of years, your child has returned to this place. But what happened next scared Brando so much that he almost let go of his hand and rolled down the pyramid. This was because without any warning, an unfamiliar consciousness responded from the crystal. This consciousness gently wrapped around him and sighed. Yes, it's been a long time, my child. This, Brando's mind went blank for a moment, and only a voice echoed in his mind. This is Martha. This is the mother of all things, the pure and kind will of the world, Martha. The goddess that countless NPCs and players had been praising actually existed. But this is impossible. It was as if thunder had exploded in his mind, and the mighty roar instantly caused his thoughts to crash. No player would think that Martha would still exist in this world in the era after the gods had disappeared. Although she left behind kindness, what was left was just a memory. People kept recalling this goddess, hoping that she would still stay in this world and continue to look after her children. Because the people of the world needed a spiritual pillar in order to survive. Martha no longer existed, and the only thing left between heaven and earth was the connection of the laws. After the 4 kings of the saints, this was the common understanding of everyone. But no one would have thought that the supreme goddess was still on this land, silently and eternally looking after her children. No one would have thought. Brando also didn't think that, for some reason, the moment he heard Martha's gentle voice, he actually felt something wet rolling down his cheeks. The strong emotions couldn't be stopped, as if at that moment, after being separated from his mother's warm embrace for thousands of years, he felt that soft gentleness again. "Ah," sand got into my eyes, Brando said, a little embarrassed. Martha smiled. "Don't cry, child. Although I am very far away from you, I can still feel your pursuit and yearning for the light. I have seen civilization come out of its infancy, pass through the dark land, split open the thorns, and stagger out of the wilderness step by step. One day, I believe that you will overcome these difficulties and achieve the final victory. You who have inherited the ancient bloodline are the best children of mankind, you should be strong," she said softly. "Victory?" Brando was stunned and a little confused. Martha shook her head gently and asked, "So my child, are you prepared to ignite this flame and follow the path of your predecessors? You understand, the torch of civilization is passed down from generation to generation, and when the predecessors fall, the descendants pick up their will again." This kind of history is originally written with the most tragic and brave epic of the mortal races. This is a game for the brave, and everyone is a part of this magnificent epic. "So my child, you came here, are you prepared to accept all of this?" Brando took a light breath. This was the necessary procedure. Although he had never ignited the primitive flame, he knew that the remnant of the primitive flame should be a part of Martha's will. But at this moment, he felt a little different. He was certain that the person in front of him should be Martha herself. Although she was not here. "Of course, I am prepared," he answered. "Good, my child, let me ask you a few questions, okay?" A soft voice sounded in his mind. "Huh?" Brando was slightly stunned. This was not right. He knew the general steps of igniting the flame. After making an agreement with Martha, this kind goddess should have directly activated the order. But why was there an additional step now? Could it be because of the primitive flame? He had never ignited the primitive flame, so he was not sure, but at this time, it was more appropriate to follow the goddess' wishes, so he nodded. Moreover, this goddess was as gentle as a mother, it was impossible to reject her. Martha smiled. "Let me ask you, child, do you have faith in your heart?" "Faith? What do you want to live for?" This kind of thinking is a kind of faith in itself. Whether it is glory, strength, or just the desire to move forward, because there is a goal, only then can civilization move forward. At that moment, Brando thought of everyone he was familiar with in Erewhon. He thought of Freya, the Roman, the regent princess, the citizens of Bucci, and the refugees he brought from Fortress Reden. "Perhaps there is." Martha placed a light crown on his head. Under the gentle white light, she gently stroked his forehead. "Child, do you understand the meaning of the crown?" "The meaning of the crown?" Brando thought in his heart, isn't that the symbol of the supreme royalty? But this answer was definitely wrong for Martha, because the human royalty was meaningless to her, and she did not need that kind of thing. So he shook his head. The person who wears the crown is called the king. The so-called king will always walk in front of everyone. Only in this way can he let his people see his back. However, as long as people see that back, they will become strong and have the courage to continue moving forward. So, do you understand? A king is destined to shine in heat, an existence that everyone looks up to. In the darkness, he will lead everyone to cut through the thorns, always moving forward to illuminate the endless abyss. This kind of unstoppable path is called the king's dedication. The king's dedication? Brando felt the crown the goddess placed on his head, and his heart suddenly thumped. What do you think is dedication? Dedication? Brando raised his head. In the hazy light, he could not see the goddess's appearance clearly, but the woman always looked at him with a smile, and there was an unchanging expectation in her eyes. This expectation gave him the courage to answer, word by word, in accordance with his heart. "I think, the so-called dedication, should be something that can make one feel satisfied, so that one can complete it without any complaints or regrets. Do you have such a thing to complete, my child? I think I do. Brando once again thought of Erewhon in his homeland, thinking of the palace burning in flames. The so-called uncontrollable desire to change things, perhaps this was the meaning of him coming here. The moment he saw Martha, he suddenly understood. The expectation in Martha's eyes turned into praise. She said, "So, some people are destined to be different from others, only because they always have this kind of light in their hearts, with an unyielding belief, to change this world. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, there will always be a pair of wings of light behind them, making everyone behind them feel warm. Such people are called heroes by history." Child, I'm very satisfied with your answer, so I'll give you a gift to prove that you fulfilled your promise. The goddess suddenly said. Just as she finished speaking, a voice rang in Brendel's mind. System notification, Destiny talent, the chosen one, activated. Destiny talent? Brando was once again flabbergasted. Destiny talent? Didn't he already receive the inheritance of the Darkness Dragon? But double destiny talent? What the hell is this? What's going on? Is there a bug in the system? Brando felt a little numb from the blow, but he still could not help but curse in his heart, even if you're Lady Martha, you can't be so overpowered. And why is he the chosen one? Shouldn't Martha's destiny talent be Martha's son? The goddess seemed to have seen through his thoughts and smiled faintly. Indeed, the chosen one isn't the best talent. But it's entrusted with my hopes for you, child. Just like the ancient prophecies, I'll bestow upon you a pair of wings of light. Only then can I appoint you as king. I hope you can follow your words and actions. Then, one day, my child, I'll be glorified because of you. Glorified because of me? Brando was puzzled. But the goddess did not answer. She raised her head, and her gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, seeing through all the darkness without a doubt. Then, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Come, let us witness this moment together, child. Light will return to the earth. She raised her hand. A boundless white light emerged from the darkness. At that moment, all the people and monsters in the loop of trade winds suddenly stopped. Every person and monster felt a faint throbbing in their hearts. As if there was some kind of opportunity, the laws of heaven and earth completely calmed down. The huge power of the demon wave was actually suppressed in an instant. This is impossible. Everyone had the same thought, but nothing was impossible. When they subconsciously turned their heads, they saw that in the darkness between heaven and earth, streaks of white light were piercing through the walls of clouds of the loop of trade winds like sharp swords. The streaks of white light pierced through the sky as if they were breaking out of a shell. The light was breaking free, the flame had been ignited. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 468. The darkness faded away. The first ray of light was like a sharp blade that split the sky. Beams of dazzling white light burst out from that dazzling gap. Compared to the surroundings, it was darker. Then, more light emerged from behind the cloud wall. Behind it, there seemed to be a huge cocoon of light. Under the illumination of the light, the sky began to turn a faint purple, then a light blue, then a grayish blue. Soon, the shadows of the trees near the green tower began to emerge from the darkness. White fog filled the forest, and the scenery became like that of dawn. It was as if a black curtain had been pulled away from the rolling hills, revealing the greenery of the forest below. The green carpet was covered with a golden glow. Then, the first ray of dawn shone on the frontline battlefield near the wall of roses, washing away the darkness that shrouded the warriors who had been slumbering here. The battlefield was silent. Countless black wolf corpses were piled up together, and the cold bodies of the tall ancient tree guards were like a group of statues that stood forever under the morning light. The first rays of dawn continued to move forward, passing through the already silent battlefield. The first rays of light fell on the trunks of the ancient trees of the Green Tower, and the shadows of the light slowly climbed up the trunks. Layer by layer, the true appearance of each battlefield was revealed from the darkness. The valiant elves had defended every corner they could, but in the end, they died of exhaustion. The intensity of the battle had exceeded the limits of both sides. Even the magical creatures were now only killing their own enemies, throwing them aside and continuing to advance. However, their advance was still blocked in front of the elven hall. After the shadows retreated, the battlefield was revealed for the first time. Behind the layers of monsters' corpses, the centaurs and elves' defense line was on the verge of collapse, but miraculously, it held on. Almost everyone had joined the battle. Spells were intertwined on the battlefield, and the two Silver Alliance mages who stood at the back formed the most solid pillars of the defense line. The Aween citizen from the Southern Legion, Nordos, finally couldn't help but blink his eyes. His movements seemed to be frozen as he looked up with his mouth agape. He stared at the golden light rising from the back of the black wolf like a tide. He stood beside a row of tall centaur warriors with a long sword in his hand. He could not believe what he saw with his tired eyes. The gentle light was like the tide. Dawn, it was daybreak. Everyone stopped fighting, not because the battle was over, but because the black wolf's steel-like fur suddenly burst into flames. The countless terrifying monsters on the battlefield actually began to wail in pain. One after another, they were set ablaze under the light of dawn. For a moment, a sea of fire formed on the square. The white light pierced through the monster's body like a sharp sword. After burning it, it turned into ashes. Looking at such a spectacular scene, even the bravest person couldn't help but feel lucky to have survived a disaster. The terrifying attack was disintegrated in an instant and turned into ashes. What kind of power was this? But in everyone's heart, there was one thing that was beyond doubt. Looks like he did it, just as I expected. William turned his head and smiled at his companion beside him. Hee, among our Erewhon people, there's an amazing little guy. Tolman replied with a smile. My old friend, Eric, founded this country that was given hope in the darkness. I understand his belief, but this belief has been misinterpreted by his descendants for too long. I don't know if he will be able to see everything that has happened today. Perhaps someone will finally be able to raise the flag that has fallen for too long. William sighed. Yes, it's a pity that as a silver folk, you can't participate in the revival of your country. What a pity. Tolman replied. But at least you won't have to watch it fall completely, right? William's silver eyes flashed with wisdom. He smiled and said an ancient proverb, mortals start a new era. Let bygones be bygones. The two wizards from the Silver Alliance exchanged their opinions. But on the other side, the druids and elves fell into grief after a brief moment of ecstasy. The people standing here survived, but more people left forever. Everyone lost at least one or a few family members. Even the wood elves, who lived a long life and did not show their emotions too much, could not help but sob softly. The square was infected with a layer of sadness. Nodas and a group of centaur warriors stood at the side and watched the elves hug each other and cry. The warriors' emotions were stronger. Moreover, the war with Madara had made him used to the separation of life and death. But for some reason, he could not help but feel a little heavy in his heart. I think I can understand their feelings, a tall centaur warrior said. He was the leader of these centaurs. Battle should bring glory to people, but this kind of battle can only bring sorrow and loss. Nodas nodded. But was Erewhon's battle not the same? That ancient kingdom might not be able to give them an answer. He looked at these people and suddenly had a realization. The flame seed was finally ignited. When Brando's hands left the huge crystal prism, a continuous stream of stronger light was lit up from the crystal. The flawless white light shone on every corner of the underground hall. A huge, mysterious hall made up of more than 100 pillars appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, no one noticed this because everyone looked up at the crystal in the sky with a sacred look. A pure white flame burned in the crystal, like a sacred fire, but in fact, it was the holy book of the law woven by order. It restrained all things in silence, elements and magic floating under the sea of chaos, Martha's order. An extremely calm aura spread from the crystal. Everyone felt their bodies tighten, and the weak magic in their bodies and the faint connection between the great mana tide and the weak magic in their bodies was cut off. Brando was slightly surprised. He found that the primitive flame seed's function was somewhat different from ordinary flame seeds. The flame seeds made by the wizards directly rearranged the law, but Martha's flame seed first cut off all the power of the source, magic, wandering power, and even the elemental power in the law were completely cut off. It was like a formatting program, first clearing all the remnants in the area, then writing the law on a clean white paper. This law must include a law to introduce power. After the law was completely completed, the power needed to build the world would be introduced within the law's allowed range. The benefits of this were obvious. Because the foundation was clean, the flame seed's protection was also very stable, and it was the most difficult to be affected by the Chaos Sea's magic tide. However, it was not without its disadvantages. At least in the process of formatting, everyone's power was completely suppressed, and even their physical strength was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Fortunately, this process was only temporary. He estimated that it would take about a week at most. At the same time, the process of formatting targeted all the creatures in every inch of the illuminated area of the Flame of Order. The suppression on the monsters was even stronger, so he was not worried about any danger. At most, he was not used to it. The will of the goddess had already left. When he turned around, he saw Mephisto and Scarlet looking at the side of the hall. There were a few footsteps coming from that direction. Brendel frowned. The only other person left in the loop of trade winds was Veronica. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility of there being natives, but the possibility of that was low. After a while, Veronica and Farina appeared in that direction. Andesha was still following behind them with a hateful expression. Veronica had followed the source of the light to find them. She obviously did not expect Brendel to be here, and she was shocked when she saw them. However, the lighthouse soon attracted the attention of the Empire's goddess of war. This is the primordial kindling? Like Mephistopheles, she also had a solemn look on her face. Is this the legendary gift that the goddess left for the mortals? I've only seen it once in Maris from afar. Maris was in the territory of the Templar Church. There was a well-preserved temple of Martha that stored the flame seed. It was said that the flame seed was the foundation of the guardian land of Cruz, Farndos. The power of the fire seed was so strong that there had not been any rumors of magic beasts for hundreds of years. It was for this reason that the holy city of Maris and the surrounding cities had become the largest and most prosperous cities on the continent. Brendel understood Veronica's words, but Andesha's reaction was completely different from Veronica's. Her prismatic purple pupils suddenly shrank, and she cried out involuntarily, "The flame seed?" As a matter of fact, the half-human, half-monster woman had also recognized the true identity of the lighthouse. When it came to knowledge, she was much more knowledgeable than everyone present. After all, Brendel was considered a cheat, so it was not counted. Andesha was now in a strange situation. The flame seed's deterrence was too great, and it meant a new, vast territory ruled by order. If they were nurtured well, it was not impossible for a few new empires to be born from this territory, even as powerful as the current Kurlutz Empire. Wasn't the flame seed of Maris a ready-made proof? A dangerous glint flashed in the woman's eyes. She couldn't help but want to stake everything on this. If she succeeded, it meant that the tree herders would have one or two less enemies in the future. Especially the new empires, which were the most dangerous enemies, not to mention the countless smaller kingdoms and duchies that depended on them. Andesha, what are you trying to do? Veronica had already sensed that something was wrong with this captive. Andesha did not say a word, and she was already in a battle stance. Even though she was heavily injured, the pressure in front of her was too great. When Mephisto and Veronica saw this, they immediately drew their weapons and prepared to defend themselves. Andesha, do you want to die? Brando frowned when he saw this scene. He did not expect Andesha to have such a strong reaction to the flame seed. Hee hee, little one, it's not like I don't have a chance. And Desha licked her lips. Even though she was in a frenzy, she did not lose her rationality. Under the suppression of the flame seed, we can only display the strength of our race. Even though half of my body is a monster and the restrictions are stronger, as a high-level monster, my innate advantage is much stronger than the few of you weak humans. 1 against 3, it's not like I don't have a chance. She replied with a hoarse voice. Everyone's heart tightened when they heard this. They knew that the flame seed had an innate ability to suppress monsters, but they forgot that Andesha was an extraordinary existence in the loop of trade winds. She was originally a human, and even though she was later transformed into a monster, half of her body was still recognized by Martha. If a fight really broke out, it was just as Andesha had said, they would not be able to gain any benefits. Brando could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and drew Halran Gaia. Originally, he was the weakest among the 3, but because he was an elite, his race's strength was stronger. If Andesha insisted on going crazy, he could only accompany her. But at this time, something happened that caught everyone off guard. Before Andesha could finish her words, a golden figure appeared in front of her in a flash, and a muffled sound rang out. It was like a heavy punch had struck flesh. The half-human half-monster woman was sent flying, and the latter half of her sentence came to an abrupt end. What replaced it was a blood-curdling scream. Then, it crashed into a huge pillar and smashed it into pieces. Gold-ranked strength, such a thought flashed through everyone's mind. Who was this person who could maintain gold-tier strength under the suppression of the primordial fire seed? But Andesha, who had experienced this power firsthand, had a deeper understanding of it. She shrieked in terror, "Dragon race, this is impossible." Dragon. Brando's first thought was that the prideful female dragon had followed them. But that little girl clearly said that she would be leaving for a period of time. Even if she came back after finishing her business, it was impossible for her to come to the loop of trade winds so quickly. Unless she had followed them before they entered the Black Forest. But in terms of time, it was impossible. Thinking of this, he could not help but suck in a deep breath. He focused his gaze and fell into a daze. What he saw was not a female dragon, but Scarlet. What is going on? Brando felt like his brain had stopped working. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 469. The 4 seasons in the Black Forest changed drastically, but in the barony of Abes, the harsh winter of the Year of the Sword had just passed, and there was no sign of the temperature rising. There were 2 heavy snowfalls before and after the slumbering moon, but it seemed to indicate the first harvest of the territory. The streets were still cold, and there were few pedestrians. But in the only bar in the city, it was a different scene. The fireplace warmed the hall, and the adventurers who had been wandering around Abes since the end of summer had gathered here, waiting for the ice and snow in the forest to melt. Every adventurer who entered the inn would take off their snow-covered cloaks and observe the entire hall. Without exception, they would take off their hats and pay their respects to a little girl sitting in the corner of the hall from afar. The little girl had a high forehead, and it was as smooth as jade. It sparkled under the firelight, and her eyes were big and bright. She seemed to be curious about the people and things around her. She was wearing a beautiful dress. Although she wasn't too old, her chest had already begun to develop. The dress was tucked in at the waist, perfectly accentuating the young lady's slender figure. However, the dress, which was full of the temperament of a noble lady, didn't match her. Instead, it looked a little sneaky, as if she was wearing a dress that was stolen from somewhere. "Boss, this is the deerskin you wanted. The forest is completely frozen, and it took us a lot of effort to track down a herd of deer. Harto is also a little frostbitten, so you can't be too stingy with the reward." A few people dressed as hunters stood in front of her and negotiated. The leader was obviously a mountain man from the nearby area. He wore a thick leather coat and carried a longbow on his back. "Oh, Harto is frostbitten? Then he's really unlucky." The Roman blinked and asked curiously, "Are there no more deer in the forest?" "It's all because of those subterranean dwellers. They scared the animals and made them hide." "Hey, I heard that the subterranean dwellers stopped before it snowed." "Well. Anyway, it has something to do with it. I want to make a coat for Brando with these deerskins. I'll pay you 200 silver coins, okay?" The Roman poked the deerskin with her finger and asked. "Of course, we're happy to make a coat for His Excellency. This way, His Excellency will definitely like you more, big sister." The person who spoke had a look of disbelief on his face as if he didn't believe that the young lady in front of him could make a coat, but he still said respectfully, "But this is too little, big sister. Harto is frostbitten. But this is obviously from last year. Look, some parts of it are eaten by worms." The merchant lady looked innocent as she flipped the deerskin. Ah. The great merchant made these guys speechless with just one sentence. The adventurers immediately looked embarrassed as they coughed and said, "The year isn't that important. Besides, we really went to the forest, and Harto was really frostbitten. So, these deerskins aren't worth that much money. You know that. The rest of the money is for Harto's medicine. Don't turn around and lose it to that gambler Mano. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to visit Harto." She glared at them. "If he doesn't receive the money, I'll send the subterranean dwellers to eat you." After being scolded, the hunters obediently took the money and left. Although they didn't cheat the merchant lady, they didn't show much dissatisfaction on their faces. It was as if they were used to this kind of bargaining. On the other hand, the Roman restlessly touched the round-toed leather shoes under her long skirt. Her pair of big eyes rolled around as if they never stopped. She looked around, holding a cup of steaming barley beer as if she was waiting for someone. For the whole winter, the self-proclaimed merchant lady had been sitting in this position, doing business or buying people's hearts. But there was a reason why she was respected here. It wasn't just because she was the fiancée of the Lord, or because she was in charge of half of the territory's wealth. She was like the god of wealth in everyone's eyes. It was because she was amiable and would never use her identity to pressure people. She was even willing to argue with the adventurers for the whole afternoon over the difference of a few copper coins. But it was precisely because of this that people didn't feel the difference between their identities. Adventurers didn't live a rich life. Money was a very important thing. In fact, they didn't think highly of those who squandered money. Among all of Brando's companions and aides, only the Roman and Freya could understand this. Freya's preference was due to her family background, while Roman's preference was due to his instincts towards those shiny little things. After a winter, she had interacted with many adventurers and ABs and had integrated into them. Although this kind of contact was not close, it was enough for the Roman to find out a lot of information that she didn't know before. At this time, the door of the bar was once again pushed open, and there was a moment of silence. The little silver elf Princess Medisha stood in the snow. She was wearing a plain silver fur shawl. She covered her mouth with both hands and exhaled. Her big eyes were a little nervous as she looked at the crowded hall. Humans were a little strange in her eyes. The elves didn't like to gather so many people together. The elves' definition of friends was a kind of spiritual attachment. Because of the long time, this kind of feeling was somewhat indifferent in the eyes of humans. But this wasn't the first time she came here. She was here to help the Lord's servant, the Shire, pass on a message. When the other people in the bar saw the little silver elf princess, they tacitly made a path for her. The first time someone teased her, the little girl with pointy ears almost turned red. As a result, the rumor of the Lord's shy second fiancé spread. When she thought of this, Medisha couldn't help but stare at the Roman. "Medisha, do you want ale?" "No." "Fruit wine?" "No." "Then I'll heat up a cup of honey wine for you, okay?" "No." Medisha knew that the Roman didn't drink himself. She held a cup of warm ale purely because it was warm. And this guy was stingy to the point that he was unwilling to change a cup. When it turned cold, he would heat it up again. If it was possible, he would definitely do it again the next day. But perhaps it was because of this stingy guy that he was able to arrange all the expenses and income of the territory so neatly. Anyway, Medisha felt a headache when she saw the piles of gold and silver coins that were meaningless to her. The territory gradually got on the right track. The coins from the silver mines were continuously sent to the Roman, and the merchant lady distributed the money to the refugees. Of course, this wasn't a charity event. Instead, it was the first time in half a century that ABs had opened up a large amount of wasteland in the forest north of the Gree River. The winter wheat seeds had been sown and were sleeping under the snow. When the snow melted, they would break out of the ground at any time. The Shire and the master craftsmen discussed taking in more refugees from the north. The construction of the road in the dark forest was slowly progressing. The population of ABs wasn't large. Even if they counted the residents from Port Gree and Minsk Fort, it was still far from enough to meet the needs. Not to mention the lack of manpower for the White Lion Legion, even the construction workers of the Rune Dwarf Odom couldn't spare a single bit of manpower. Food was the foundation of this plan. But the merchant lady's maturity and calmness in this matter exceeded everyone's expectations. Just like the Shire said, she seemed to have a natural talent in the field of ecology. This was an innate leadership style that allowed her to arrange everything calmly and orderly. The food from Ampere Seal had already been shipped here, but the Roman didn't distribute it directly. Instead, they handed it over to the merchants and used this method to recover the money that had been distributed before. And so, after many years, the food market was re-established in ABs in the winter of this year. Ever since the short-sighted Grodin took it all for himself. The Roman had already begun to consider lowering the remuneration for the next recruitment. Brando needed more people, so she had to act like this. The problem of food wasn't a problem at all. As long as the gold in ABs shone brightly, the merchants of Ampere Seal would swarm over like sharks that smelled blood. In fact, they were already here. The first merchant fleet wasn't large, but the food and daily necessities were being unloaded at Port Gree. It didn't matter, there would be more and more. The gold attracted not only merchants, but also refugees from other territories. The taste of freely circulating money was even sweeter than cake. This was what her aunt had said before, and the merchant girl was very sure of it. She put away the report that Medisha had passed to the Shire and asked with wide eyes, "Where's Brando, Medisha? My lord hasn't returned yet." "Then I want to talk to him." "No." Medisha immediately refused. It wasn't the first time the Roman had used her as a mouthpiece. She immediately explained, "Ever since my lord entered the loop of trade winds, my communication with him seems to have been cut off." "Ah," the Roman let out a long, disappointed sigh. "Does that fellow from the Shire have anything else to say?" "Well, he just wants to ask you what you're planning to do after spending so much money on hiring adventurers to complete strange missions." The silver elf princess glanced at the pile of deerskins on the table and couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was just doing it for fun. However, this thought only flashed through the merchant girl's mind. As a fairy princess, Medisha's concept of wealth was very weak. If Scarlet or the more serious Freya were here, they would probably stare at this young lady with a suspicious look. "Ah," the Roman was just about to say that. The merchant girl showed a surprised expression. "There are no more deers in the forest." "Do you know why, Medisha?" As an elven royal who came from before the War of the Holy Saints and was trained as a silver elf commander, Medisha's face became serious when she heard the Roman's words. The animals in the forest wouldn't disappear for no reason. This could only mean one thing: the other party had already started to make a move. She couldn't help but look at the Roman and realize that he was asking for information. "What else do you know, Roman?" Many adventurers have mentioned that the undead in the vicinity have become more active recently. "I think that those bad guys from Butchie have arrived. Brando said that they're nearby, right?" "Madara." To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 470. Madara had arrived. Not only that, Count Ranner was able to gather an army of 20,000 men in just a month or two. This included the Knight of Paulus and 3 other Knight Lords, as well as the Highlanders and Barbarians. Such a large force did not seem like it was just to quell the rebellion, but to show off to those who dared to mock him. Such mobilization ability meant that Count Randner was far from retiring. Before this, he was like a tiger with squinting eyes. Once he opened his eyes wide in anger, the entire forest would tremble, just like decades ago. Now, the whole of Tonajul was under the control of this tiger. Most of the remaining people were already gloating over the fate of those who dared to touch the tiger's whiskers. The captain of Griffin's Night Guard, Viscount Assel, immediately left his office and walked towards the princess's study after receiving the report. Sir Cop saw this scene and followed behind him. "Hey, Captain Knight, I heard the news from the south." Cop's position in the royal faction was not high, but he was on Grand Master Fleetwood's side. Fleetwood was the princess's teacher, and at the same time, he was also the chief court mage of Aween. His position in the royal faction was revered, and even the leaders of the faction had to lower their heads in front of him. Assel did not want to provoke Fleetwood, so he nodded. "Her Highness thinks highly of the rebels, but unfortunately, she will be disappointed this time. In fact, the lords above are not very supportive of making contact with the rebels. It is too risky. After all, Count Randner is a duke. The princess isn't willing to negotiate with Duke Erek. Sigh, she's still a child after all. No matter how wise people make her out to be, a woman is still a woman. It's inevitable for her to have some naive wishes." Cop nodded and pretended to sigh. Assel looked at him and replied, "Politics is politics. The future of the kingdom is more important than anything else. I believe that Her Highness will see this point clearly in the end. Reaching an agreement with Count Randner is the best choice for us. Only then will Her Highness have enough weight to negotiate with Erek." "That's right, but I'm worried that Her Highness won't come to her senses. Did you know, Lord Assel? I heard that she has secretly contacted the rebels. If Count Randner gets hold of this evidence, we will be in a passive position. Don't worry, Master Fleetwood, Duke Anthony doesn't agree to continue secretly supporting those country bumpkins. The Knight Order has also expressed the same intention. Coupled with the current situation, Her Highness won't be stubborn." The Knight Captain replied. Hearing this, Cope snickered, thinking that the princess was much more stubborn than the rumors made her out to be. Besides, it wasn't as if no one supported her. However, he was a tactful person and would not say anything directly. Instead, he cleverly asked, "What about Lord Oberway?" Asser fell silent. Indeed, the guy called Wolf had always been ambiguous, making it hard for others to understand his thoughts. What was even more troublesome was that Oberway was the leader of the faction with real power. In terms of intelligence, he wasn't inferior to the cunning fox Makarov. It was because of this person's silence that the voices around the princess could not reach a consensus. As long as the voices did not reach a consensus, it meant that there were variables. However, Asser did not think highly of the rebels. In his opinion, placing the fate of the kingdom in a gamble was akin to child's play. Cope also had the same thoughts. In fact, most of the people in the royal faction had similar thoughts. In their eyes, Count Randner, who held real power in his hands, was much more reliable than a bunch of rebels who had no backing at all. In fact, he was much more amiable. As for Princess Griffin's plan, it was somewhat feasible. However, it was a little too risky. In the eyes of the nobles, the so-called confidence was just a naive idea of a young girl who pursued the so-called control of her own destiny. They had seen this kind of behavior too many times and no longer cared about it. Instead, they had a look of pity and understanding. The fate of the princess was to be used for political marriage. Since the little girl wanted to struggle, they would let her do it as long as it did not affect the overall situation. Asser gestured to Cope to leave and pushed open the wooden door of the princess's study. There were many people in the study. He looked up and saw Oberway, Fleetwood, Makarov, and the Violet Count Ball. Almost all the core members of the royal faction were gathered here. The captain of the night did not find it strange. In fact, ever since the situation in the south became tense, there had been meetings here almost every day. However, the atmosphere in the room was a little oppressive, to the point that it was abnormal. Under such circumstances, Viscount Assel had no choice but to submit the new information under everyone's watchful eyes. "Thank you, Lord Asser." The princess's clear voice was very calm, but for some reason, Asser felt a little guilty at this moment. In fact, Fleetwood was the princess's teacher, but he could be considered half of it. The princess's outstanding swordsmanship was taught by him. "This is my duty, Your Highness." Asser lowered his head and replied. He saw that Princess Griffine and the others were not in the mood to read the report, and he understood that everyone present had already heard the news. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the incomparably calm half-elf princess. Today, Princess Griffine was as calm as ever. Her beauty seemed to seep out from this temperament, making people's hearts palpitate. However, the princess was unusually quiet. Her silver hair reflected the candlelight and formed a hazy halo. She placed her hands on her slender knees and pursed her lips. She faced the gazes of everyone present without flinching. "I understand," she replied, "as Your Excellency's wish." Even though it was a compromise, her voice was firm and there was no room for retreat. It was as if even this was the decision she had made herself. Seeing this scene, even Count Ball could not help but shake his head. How good would it be if the princess was a prince? However, there were no ifs in history. Compromising with Count Randner and marrying Enrich was imperative. In the hearts of the members of the royal faction, the northern barbarians were nothing but chickens and dogs. Once the snow melted, the war between the north and the south would decide their future. The revival of the kingdom seemed to be unstoppable. It was a perfect outcome. Achoo! Hadge sneezed. He rubbed his face to prevent the cold air from freezing his face. Even though the new year had passed, winter showed no signs of ending. Instead, it was getting colder. To the north of the Gree River, the wooden walls of the small outposts in the forest were covered with a layer of icicles. The wood was frozen to the point that it was no different from rocks. Hatch placed his gloves on the parapet wall and looked at the forest from the observation tower. There were originally barren lands in the forest, but they had not been planted since winter. The mercenaries had crossed the river before winter, and the only ones left were soldiers like him. Soldiers, mercenaries, soldiers in the castle, guards, and knight. All of them were professional soldiers from various places. Many people who were not too far away from Trentheim already knew about the upcoming war, but in their eyes, there was no suspense in this battle. Even though Count Randner was getting old, he was still full of vigor and vitality. His orders were still regarded as authoritative in the areas under his rule, and he was able to gather an army of 10 to 20,000 soldiers in a short period of time. Furthermore, everyone knew that Count Randner had the support of the undead and the barbarians. Even the dukes in the north did not dare to underestimate such a force. However, Hatch's view was different. Just before today, there were soldiers from different places entering this small outpost for 3 consecutive days. 4 came in 3 days, 6 came in the morning of the second day, and 7 came in yesterday. In just 3 days, the number of soldiers in this outpost had reached 20. All of them were professional soldiers. This conclusion shocked Hatch himself. Before he joined the new lord, he was Grodin's knight. Of course, he could not be compared to the guards in the castle, but Grodin did not have more than 50 soldiers who were as experienced as him. The rest were mostly the nobles' private soldiers or even the militia. They were there to make up the numbers. Hatch had experienced several battles between lords. In this era, the battles between lords were often bloody. Even though the nobles were not really hurt, except for those who were unlucky enough to be hit by stray arrows, their private soldiers and knights' consumption was very high. Only those who had survived a battle could be called a skilled warrior. And for someone like him who had experienced several battles, he simply looked down on those who couldn't even hold a sword. It was useless no matter how many of them there were. However, a lord would only have around 100 or so knights under him that he could truly rely on, and not more. First of all, he could not afford to raise them. A professional soldier required a lot of resources, let alone a seasoned knight. Secondly, there were not many outstanding talents. The attractiveness of a small lord was not as great as the heroes of a region. Any knight with a little bit of strength would go to a lord like Count Randner. For example, a baron like Grodin only had around 100 men under his command, which meant that he was a very powerful lord. Even a baron like Grodin only had around 100 men under his command. However, Brando was an exception. This was because all the people under him were gathered by chance. They were mercenaries from the mountain people and even from further places. Although these mercenaries had not experienced any real war, they had been through bloody battles all year round. Those who could survive were often sharper than the average soldier in terms of combat. The mercenaries under Jutta, Rabban, and Cornelius were even more outstanding. Rabban's men were originally Erewin's cavalrymen who came from the Karunsu highlands. They were originally elite scouts, and after being baptized by blood and fire, their individual strength was stronger than the other mercenaries. However, they were not the strongest because there was also the existence of the Copper Dragon Redos group. Their strength was not high, and the most outstanding one was only at the peak of iron ranked. However, their combat experience was unbelievably rich. Brando had long suspected their identities. Especially with Redo's identity, he suspected that these veterans were veterans of the November War. This conclusion was a little scary, but it seemed to be the most reliable guess. These experienced mercenaries made up 2/3 of Brando's human subordinates. There were also some original guards from Bucci, Fortress Reden, and the patrolling cavalrymen who had also fought against Madara. The last part was Lord Maxon's knight who followed Carglass and joined the new recruits. Brando now had close to 3,000 human soldiers under him, but more than 80% of them were true veterans. They were the most experienced soldiers who were not inferior to the official knight who had been training for years. Outsiders thought that the Tanajul rebels were just a motley crew of 2,000 to 3,000, but Hadsh knew that the young lord had more than 2,000 knight subordinates. More than 2,000 knight, Martha above, could lead an army of 100,000 knight. When the late King Eric founded the kingdom, he only had 200 knight followers. There's movement in the forest. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind him. Hadsh was startled and turned around subconsciously. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 471. Brendel, who was in the center of the loop of trade winds, naturally did not know about Count Randner's army. In fact, he was in a state of shock with Veronica and the others. Andesha's physical strength was several times stronger than a normal human's. Her physical strength alone was at the level of an early silver rank, but it did not help her gain the slightest advantage over Scarlet. The battle ended quickly, and under Brando's orders, Andesha was knocked unconscious with a single blow. But what was going on? The girl walked out of the fog. Her face was as red as an apple, but she did not even need to take a deep breath. Brando looked at the girl who had a long red ponytail and sharp canine teeth when she gritted her teeth. He could not help but ask, "Scarlet, are you all right?" Scarlet quickly shook her head. "I'm not sure, my lord. I just felt that my physical strength was not suppressed much after I ignited the fire seed." "How strong is your body right now?" "According to what my lord said, I should be at the peak of silver rank." Peak of silver rank. Not only Brando, but even Veronica could not help but gasp. Generally speaking, even at Mephisto's and her level of strength, their pure physical strength would only be at the level of an iron rank. Strength, agility, and vitality were usually increased by the amount of energy stored in the body. These energies were converted from elemental and mana, and were not part of the body itself. Elemental activation was to test the type of power one could extract from the entire world, and gradually discover the nature and rules of this power from one's own power. Only when one's understanding of a rule had reached the limit could one truly absorb and contain this rule. This was the perfect physique. A perfect physique was the final process of fusing the energy contained in the body with oneself. That was why the Golden Race's greatest advantage was that once they fully comprehended an elemental domain, their bodies would be perfect. For example, the Dragon Race would directly obtain a golden body, and then directly advance to the level of existence from this foundation. The Galba Wizards and Silver Elves, as the Silver Race, would start with a silver body once they surpassed their elemental domain. They were only second to the Golden Race. As for the other races that were lost in the land, whether it was the Erewhon, Crews, or Saint Tossol Wind Elves, even though they boasted that they were Martha's favorites, they had no choice but to start from the most basic iron body to the peak. Indeed, the path of humans was endless and full of plasticity. The Golden Race's life and strength growth was extremely long, and it often took more than a few hundred years to reach the peak of elemental domain. The Silver Race was second, but they were still inferior to the Elves. The record for the fastest growth in power among the humans was held by Gretel, the former ruler of the Kurlutz people. He had reached the peak of elemental energy at the age of 70. The record for the dwarves was 160 years old, and the Wind Elves were 210 years old. They were all much younger than the most outstanding geniuses of the gold or silver folk. "It's not a real dragon," Mephisto said at this time, and Brando nodded. A real dragon's bloodline was the Golden Race, and Scarlet's body was only at the peak of silver. It was likely that her body contained a part of the dragon's bloodline. This kind of thing was very common in the human world. Some dragons like to take the form of humans and leave their descendants in the human world. For example, the little female dragon, when she first met Brando, she also took the form of a human girl. There was even a legend about this in the Tower of Stars and Moon. It is said that the dragon chooses its mate in May every 10 years. The astrologers of the Tower of 10 Realms claim that the first baby born in this month will have the blood of the dragon flowing in his veins. The Tower of 10 Realms was located in the southeast of Saint Tossol, in the Cloud Wall Mountains. It was the edge of the endless black forest in the east, and there were often rumors of travelers seeing dragons. "Scarlet, who are your parents?" Brando asked. Scarlet was startled, and suddenly understood what the Lord wanted to ask. She quickly shook her head and said, "My lord, my parents are just ordinary Highlanders." "Do you remember clearly?" "Yes, I still remember some things when I was young. I am the biological daughter of my parents. My father said that I look more like my mother, and I also have an older brother." She seemed to be afraid that Brando would not believe her, so she added, "But the village was robbed, and I was saved by the leader. I'm sorry." Brando did not expect to make her recall two painful memories at once, and he could not help but feel a little guilty. "Yes, it's nothing." Scarlet shook her head and smiled, revealing her sharp canine teeth. Brando was almost stunned by this smile. In his mind, Scarlet rarely smiled, but he did not expect her to look so beautiful when she smiled. He could not help but cry out in his heart, but at the same time, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. If Scarlet's bloodline did not come from her parents, then where did it come from? Unless Andesha saw wrongly, but with that woman's knowledge, she would not make such a mistake. Furthermore, monsters were naturally sensitive to the aura of dragons, so this inference was overturned from the start. Is it because of the blood of God? Orthlis was also puzzled. She had never heard of iron men mutating into golden bloodline. That's not right. Brando shook his head. The blood of God could only turn people into divine envoys, but it could not turn people into golden folk. "My lord, look at this." Sure, Scarlet raised her hands, and Brando saw dark golden runes faintly flowing on her arms. This scene was familiar. Before the arrival of the demonic wave, there was a similar sign on her body, but he did not pay much attention to it at that time. He only thought that it was due to the large amount of mana flowing through her veins after absorbing the golden apple, and it resonated with the demonic wave. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. Now that the mana had been completely cut off by Martha's law, the runes still remained on her body. This meant that it was not mana, but the power of the blood of God. Brando frowned. He did not know much about bloodlines, so he did not recognize these strange runes. But Orthless could not help but whisper, "Solidified dragon's blood." "What's going on?" Brando immediately asked. "This girl has drunk dragon's blood, and it's the golden blood of a living dragon. She now has at least half a dragon's strength. Half a dragon's strength is not the power of the blood of God, but it is still beneficial to the host. Her current strength is at least at the peak of gold, and her absolute strength is stronger than yours. More importantly, the dragon's blood is very beneficial to her future growth. It can increase the speed of her training by at least 20 to 30%. Orthless replied. Increase the speed of her training by at least 20 to 30%? Brando almost coughed. He could see that the dragon's blood was equivalent to a natural ability. This ability was often obtained through quests in the game. However, he had never seen an ability that could increase the experience gained by 20 to 30%. He had drunk a lot of dragon's blood in the game in the past. It was in small tubes and sold by players for hundreds to tens of thousands of tor. Dragon's blood could temporarily strengthen the body's attributes, and it was an important alchemy ingredient. It was a pity that he had never heard of a natural ability from drinking dragon's blood. 20 to 30% extra experience. Brando wanted to bang his head against a wall. But when he heard the word host, he reacted and asked cautiously, "There won't be any harm, right?" "There won't be any harm, but because of the dragon's blood in the host's body, the host will have an inexplicable sense of closeness to the owner of the dragon's blood." Orthless looked at him with a half-smile. "You have a lot of enemies now, and this little girl will be a great help to you. But you have to be careful. If this dragon is an extraordinarily handsome dragon, this little girl who is so loyal to you may be kidnapped by a giant dragon from the sky one day." Hearing this, Brando did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he was not worried. He was now sure that the little female dragon had done something to the golden apple. But wait, the host will have an inexplicable sense of closeness to the owner of the dragon's blood? Brando suddenly remembered that the little female dragon named Arnaz wanted to let him eat the apple. Damn, that little girl is really up to no good. Brando cursed in his heart. He could not help but rejoice that Scarlet was the one who ate the apple. Being favored by a dragon was not necessarily a good thing. At least he had seen with his own eyes many people who were favored by a dragon and then met with bad luck. You have to know that the dragon's way of dealing with problems was usually simple and direct. They would usually directly cast a charm spell on the player or character they favored, and then directly drag them into the cave. Of course, the player would not actually be charmed. So the effect of the charm spell on the player was to receive a quest notification: "A dragon has expressed interest in you, and now it has cast a spell on you to take you away. You can choose not to accept it, but it will still take you away, dead or alive. So now you have a choice, to accept or not to accept." So most of the players with normal intelligence would choose the former. Of course, a dragon would not take you into its lair to do all kinds of things that the masses would like to see, but to make it happy. The most common way was to tell it a story or solve riddles. Generally speaking, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. Of course, the player could go online and offline during that time, but in the end, the player would have to complete the quest for 72 hours or even longer to complete it. This type of quest usually had generous rewards, but not many people were willing to encounter it because it was really too complicated. The dragon's memory was very good. If you repeatedly told her the same story in these 3 days, she would definitely let you know how terrifying the wisdom of a dragon was. Brando suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He realized that Arnaz had given him a golden apple instead of a charm spell. This meant that her interest in him was definitely extraordinary. And the little female dragon did not leave because she lost interest, but because she had something more important to do. In fact, if a woman said to a man that she was interested in him, it most likely meant that the opposite sex had the intention to be with him. But the dragon's thinking was completely different. If a little female dragon said to you that she was very interested in you, then she would most likely say, "Mortal, as a toy, you make me very satisfied." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 472. What is this? Farina suddenly asked. She lifted her skirt with one hand and stood on top of the black pyramid. The pale light reflected the fine hairs on the girl's face. Next to her hand was a staff, a black metal staff about the thickness of an arm. It was inserted in the area opposite the base of the huge crystal, and a transparent crystal ball was placed on top of it. Brendel was certain that this thing did not exist in that place before. He patted Scarlet's hand. He and Orthlis had already guessed the girl's problem. As long as the dragon's blood was not harmful, they could put it aside for the time being. The threat of the dragon girl Arnaz was still a little weak. He and the others walked over to take a look at the staff. The staff was black, and there were golden patterns engraved on it. They looked like meaningless metal threads. The style of the staff was exactly the same as the hull. It had an ancient feel to it. The crystal ball was firmly attached to the staff, and it could not be removed no matter how hard he tried. Brando's strength was equivalent to 7 or 8 adults combined, and it did not budge even after he tried. This meant that the crystal ball and the staff were not connected by physical means. There might be magic at work below. Brando had a guess as soon as he saw it. He looked at the others and placed his hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, layers of green light weaved in front of him. These webs scanned up and down in an area of about a cubic meter in front of him, forming a mysterious pattern. So it's this thing. Brando's heart skipped a beat. What is it? Veronica asked. It's the core of this dungeon, Brando replied. Oh, so it's the core crystal. The Wind Elves' Ashen City Fortress also has a similar crystal. It was made by the wizards of Bugha, and it can be used to control the outer defense system. Valkyrie suddenly understood. Brando knew about the crystal in Ashen City Fortress, but it was just a replica of the core crystal. The craftsmen of Bugha made many of these replicas, and they sold them to the players for 10,000 gold coins, about 1,000,000 tor, each. However, the replicas were far inferior to the real thing. A row of ancient characters intertwined in front of Brando and formed Staku, Doas. Roots. External sanctum, request, interrupted, damaged, Dumku, Doas. Roots. Dawn, cavalry, sanctum, request, interrupt, Pos SSA, Doas. Roots. Market, requesting, interrupt. The ancient language was extremely complex. These pictophonetic characters were extremely prosperous about 20,000 years ago. It seemed to have suddenly exploded at a certain time and spread throughout the entire continent. However, that era had long been buried under the sand, and Brando could only read these words with great difficulty. This was also due to the fact that he had seen too many ancient words before he transmigrated. The ancient characters in the Amber Sword were all self-contained, and they used to be called a miracle. Many players had done research on this. In the game, there were documents in the libraries of the larger empires. There was also a systematic archaeological investigation of ancient history and writing. Such a huge and complicated world background was something they used to talk about the most. However, as the characters became more and more complex, countless characters formed a green stream of light that fell like a waterfall in Brando's eyes. However, unlike before, everyone could now see the green light web intertwined on the crystal ball. Except for the symbols that they could hardly recognize, the light web quickly formed layers of patterns under Brando's instructions. This is the panoramic view of the underground city. When the layers of green light stabilized, Veronica's eyes flashed with a strange light. The image projected by the crystal was the panoramic view of the underground city. On top, they could see the 3 layers of defense that were distributed like broken glass, and then below, the city was distributed like a spider web. The underground halls of various sizes were 3-dimensional in mid-air, and it looked like a map of the galaxy. She couldn't help but turn around and look at Brando with her green eyes. This is the panoramic view of the city. Could it be that this central crystal can control the entire city? Brando took a deep breath and nodded. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised and excited, but not because of what Veronica said. The ancient central crystal was the core and brain of the city, and as a player, it was basic knowledge. He was surprised because of the knowledge he gained from the words. So this was the reason why Valhalla was called a legendary territory. After reading the ancient text information, although it was not complete and incomplete, and he couldn't read all of it, Brando couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Valhalla was actually a concept territory. He didn't know how the ancient silver folk came up with the idea of building such a fortress. They actually set up a huge permanent magic system with the entire city as the foundation. A permanent magic system was different from a magic circle. This was a super complicated law, elements, and magic intertwined. In fact, it was a territory, a self-contained system within the space, and it was not affected by external forces. Unless the city was completely destroyed and turned into ashes, the system would continue to operate. This permanent magic system seemed to be a kind of spirit communication technique, but it was much higher level than that. The Valhalla people used a permanent transformation system to preserve their souls, gathering heroic spirits from all over the world into this fortress. It was used to preserve skills, technology, and soldiers that might have been lost in the river of time. In short, Valhalla was simply an ancient technology and information center. Brando saw the purgatory people who worshipped the sun and fire among these heroic spirits, as well as the mist elves and the legendary light folk. He saw the Dawn Spear Cavalry Temple, which was where the heroic spirits of the temple raised the purgatory people who worshipped the flames of the sun, the Dawn Spear Cavalry. The purgatory people were the legendary golden race. The Dawn Spear Cavalry could use the light of dawn to defend against enemies of darkness, and they had powerful healing spells, but this soldier class had already disappeared in the war between the purgatory people and the Twilight Dragon. Even the purgatory people themselves had disappeared in history. But he never thought that the Valhalla people would reappear in this martyr's temple. Although he didn't know how high the standard of the genuine Dawn Spear Cavalry was, the genuine Dawn Spear Cavalry was a level 10 soldier class. Even if it was a medium-sized empire, it could become the main force of the main forces. Other than that, he also saw the Twilight Altar that recruited sudden death angels and the Eternal Dark Forest that recruited dark elf archers. These two were legendary level 14 peak super armies. Even normal empires might not have them. Brando knew that other than those superpowers that spanned the continent, there were only the 4 empires established by the 4 sages that had this level of army. The ancient powerful warriors were all gathered here. This was the original intention of the Martyr's Temple. No one in the wound world knew the true meaning of the word Valhalla, but Brando's heart was clear. Legend said that Odin had his maid Valkyrie lead the heroic spirits to this great hall in the Glacier Forest, preparing for the dusk of the gods in the future. But just from the concept of raising soldiers, the Valhalla fortress in the wound world was indeed worthy of this name. But it was a pity, Veronica gasped at this time. It can control the central crystal of the entire city. Doesn't that mean that it can mobilize the magic power of the entire city? Is this a huge magic fortress? Brando of course knew what she was thinking. Such a fortress was almost equivalent to the floating city of the Bugas. That was the legacy of the Silver Folk. It was impossible that the people of Cruz would not be tempted. But he shook his head and replied, not the whole city, but the whole territory. What? This time, not only Veronica, but also Mephisto and Farina could not help but exclaim. What kind of concept was a magic territory? But Brando still shook his head. It's not that simple. What do you mean? Veronica was a little tempted. After all, she was a female general of the empire. If the loop of trade winds, which was originally just an enclave, was not enough to attract her, then a legendary magic territory was too tempting for her. You'll know when you come and see. Brando released the crystal in his hand and invited Veronica. His action stunned the lady slightly. She looked at him in surprise. You're asking me to come? Veronica looked at Brando curiously and confusedly. His action was equivalent to putting the entire defense system of the fortress under her control. Brando smiled and nodded. Veronica saw Brando's reaction and did not ask any more questions. She put her hand on the crystal ball, raised her eyebrows slightly, and then lowered them again. Then a look of realization appeared on her face. "What's wrong, Army Commander?" Farina asked curiously. "I see. I was wondering why you trusted me so much." Even though Veronica did not understand the ancient language, she could tell that the underground city had been severely damaged. Perhaps it was because of the erosion of time that the entire city was almost completely paralyzed. How badly was the city damaged? "Is it possible to repair it?" she asked. Brando shook his head. He had no intention of hiding the truth. The entire city was almost completely destroyed. Apart from the core of the city, the rest of the city is just an empty shell. There's no way to repair it. "What a pity," Mephisto and Veronica said at the same time. "Sly." Farina glared at him. It was indeed a pity. This was a legend in a magic territory. But Brando nodded. He was not sad at all. Because he already knew from the final text that this fortress was not the historical Valhalla, and the real Valhalla was still sleeping in this underground fortress. Because from the very beginning, the Valhalla people had created 2 central crystals. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 473. After igniting the fire seed and confirming that the core crystal of the entire dungeon had completely lost its function, the group began to search the entire dungeon to see if there were any leftover benefits. The so-called adventure was to not return empty-handed. Moreover, ever since the fall of Erwin in the game, Brando had never been so comfortable going deep into the dungeon. In the past, when he teamed up with others, he would more or less be wary of his teammates behind his back. This was not something that had never happened before. The world of Wond was too big, and it was common for people to hide in any random country and disappear without a trace. Therefore, many people acted unscrupulously and made people fearful. However, exploring the dungeon with Veronica and Greysword Saint Mephistopheles made Brando feel much more relaxed. Veronica was a woman of her words and had extremely high standards. She might not be interested in things that Brando was interested in, and she might not be able to recognize the things that she was interested in. Therefore, Brando was certain that this crew's goddess of war would be his. Greysword Saint Mephistopheles was a guy who did not have any materialistic desires. Simply put, he was in fact a training maniac. If not for the burden of his country, he might have already reached Andesha's level. And now, he still needed Brando to help him restore his country, and it was even more impossible for him to do anything that was disadvantageous to Brando. In this way, Brando was equivalent to bringing 2 powerful bodyguards to explore. The underground ruins of the Silver Folk should have at least 1 or 2 silver legacies. Brando was full of confidence, but he did not expect that after wandering around the dungeon for a few hours, he did not find a single magical item. The mana in the entire Valhalla ruin seemed to have been decomposed, and even the magical items had lost their power at this moment. They had once passed through a corridor where a fierce battle had taken place. There were still a large number of ownerless and broken weapons and armors on the ground. At a glance, they could tell that these weapons and armors were once magical equipment. The mysterious runes and engravings on them were clearly visible, but they couldn't sense any trace of magic power. Almost the entire dungeon was like this. Brando even found some magical items that were used in daily life, such as illuminating crystals and magic-infused furnaces. Unfortunately, they had lost their magic and could not be used anymore. It was obvious that the city had been affected by some kind of powerful anti-magic spell. But what kind of magic could sweep through the entire city? It was as if there was a storm going on. Brando, Veronica, and Mephisto were a little surprised. In their knowledge, the largest war in prehistory took place at the end of the Dark Year thousands of years ago. It was the war between the 4 saints and the Darkness Dragon. However, the highest level of magic used in that war was only a 14th level forbidden spell. It was impossible for it to reach such a level. The war that had taken place in Valhalla should have at least surpassed the war before that era. In other words, these silver folk were most likely from the age of chaos. Their war was before ancient times, when the greatest enemy of civilization was the powerful monsters in the chaos. But although he could not get any magical items, Brando did not let go of the broken weapons and armors. He collected all of them with the dimensional hole. There was no iron or intonagel, so these armors and weapons could still be used after being reheated. Especially the silver folk, the base materials for these equipment were quite high-end. Some were even forged with star-shaped gold. Brando could not help but secretly exclaim at the extravagance. Star-shaped gold was one of the materials with the best anti-magic effect among metals, and because it was an associated or with adamantine, its production was extremely low. Veronica was secretly amused when she saw him collecting all these junk. In her eyes, this young man always did things out of his own will. If it were any other nobles in front of her, they would not do such a thing so openly in front of her. Of course, the goddess of war of the empire did not think that Brando had nothing to do with nobles. Instead, it was Vahina who sneered at Brando for being a miser who had never seen money, but Brando accepted this evaluation. Tonagel and his new territory were just starting out, and everything was difficult at the beginning. When they needed money, he did not mind being stingy. Besides, even the whole of Erewhon was just a corner of the border compared to the Cruz Empire. It was almost the same as Tonagel compared to the whole of Erewhon, so his ABs could not be compared to the Empire. Brando understood this very well. You're so stupid. Brando's shamelessness angered the young lady of the Flower Leaf territory. She did not understand how Brando could see such a shameful thing, especially when she kindly reminded him but was ignored. Of course, this noble lady would never admit that she did so because she did not want Brando to embarrass himself in front of Veronica. They found many such battlefields in the ruins of Valhalla. The Silver Ancestors' defenders seemed to be resisting in every street, but in the end, they were defeated and killed. Brando collected these weapons and armors every time he passed by, and in the end, there were at least tens of thousands of them piled up into a mountain in the dimensional cave. Fortunately, the size of the dimensional cave was only related to the strength of the creator. Amon's dimensional cave was almost as big as a cave. Brando estimated that the creator of this dimensional cave was at least a spellcaster above level 70. Not to mention the original items in the dimensional cave, just the dimensional cave itself was enough to make him rich. In that case, Amon, the captain of the transport company, could not rest in peace. Brando, Scarlet, Veronica, and Mephisto finally stopped after checking almost 2/3 of the underground city. They did not need to go any further. They were completely sure that Valhalla had been completely destroyed, and of course, there were no magical items left in it. After confirming this, Veronica and Mephisto lost interest in this place. This was especially true for the goddess of war herself. Not only did she fail to find any clues to the things she wanted, she even lost a few outstanding young people. Although this blow was not enough to shake her prestige in the Empire, it was more or less because of this reason that she had no intention of staying here any longer. She quickly expressed her intention to leave to Brando. The goddess of war did not even intend to return to the Green Tower. Apart from a few lucky ones who stayed in White Cliff, there were almost no survivors. Therefore, she planned to bring the remaining people back to the Empire through the Wolf's Pass. She did not want to deal with the Druids. Brando more or less understood Veronica's mentality. They had a conflict with the Druids in the Green Tower, and with Veronica's pride, she would not allow her potential enemies to see her in such a miserable state. However, Brando thought that the Druids might not be much better off now. Or rather, it should be said that none of the forces that stayed in this area were in a good state. The Cruz Empire was considered to be in a better state compared to the other forces. At the very least, they still had some of their followers. But then again, before the war, Brando's forces from Tonagel could be said to be the weakest force. However, after the war, they were the ones that suffered the least losses. Even the youths who went out to train themselves did not suffer any losses. Although this was all thanks to his foresight, Veronica felt that it was a little too ironic. However, Brando did not intend to stay any longer. Right now, Valhalla could be said to be a dead city. It was meaningless to him, not to mention that he had already found a second central crystal in his previous exploration. This crystal was completely different from the previous one. It was gray and looked like a walnut. If it wasn't for the information he received from the first crystal, he wouldn't have been able to recognize it. If Brando could not recognize it, Veronica and the Ash Sword Saint would definitely not be able to recognize it. Just like that, he managed to obtain it without anyone noticing. However, after obtaining it, he realized that rebuilding Valhalla was not a simple matter. This crystal was the highest level of the city's central core. The first level of the crystal extended to a radius of 3 kilometers, and it could transfer mana to 20 buildings at the same time. It did not seem like much, but there were only so many buildings that needed to be transferred. Mage towers, magic circles, forges, lairs, and so on. These buildings were not cheap to build. Even if it cost half of 20 buildings, Brando would not be able to build them in a short time. His current goal was to arrange for a Hydra lair and a magic forge. At most, he would add Amandina's magic laboratory in the future so that this quiet girl could research her mana transmission device in peace. Other than sympathy, Brando's original purpose of letting Amandina join him was for this future treasure. Although Amandina volunteered to be his assistant, and she was indeed outstanding, she had not discovered her true value. Brando did not want to bury such a genius. However, these were all things that would happen in the future. After Brando obtained the central crystal, he found out that the core of Valhalla was a central hall called the World Tree Temple. First, he had to build this hall and activate the central crystal in his hand. Only then would the core of his territory be able to spread out in all directions. However, this so-called World Tree Temple was built by planting the central crystal, just like planting a tree. The entire process would take nearly 2 weeks. Although Brando did not understand why such a strange method was used to build the temple, he could not stay in this damned place for 2 weeks. Ever since he entered the central region of the Loop of Trade Winds, he had completely lost contact with the outside world. Although it had not even been a day, his territory was surrounded by powerful enemies and could be in danger at any time. He had to straighten out everything here as soon as possible, and then return with the benefits of this adventure to deal with any enemies that might come. As for the matter of rebuilding the World Tree Temple, he could leave it to Amandina after leaving this place, and then ask the druids for help. There should not be any problems. Because of this, when Veronica expressed her intention to leave, Brando simply expressed his willingness to leave with her. Veronica was a little surprised by this, but she was happy to see it. She admired Brando, and did not mind showing this admiration. After Brando chose to leave, Mephisto naturally had no reason to stay. He had originally come to find trouble with Veronica alone, but he did not expect to form a temporary alliance with Veronica and Brando. But now, this temporary alliance was about to take root and grow at the edge of Erewhon's wilderness. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 474. When he walked out of the Loop of Trade Winds, he paused for a moment. What's wrong? Veronica turned around and asked. It's nothing. Brando shook his head. The moment he walked out of the wind wall, he felt a connection with his summoned creature. Medisha and the Shire immediately reported to him what was happening in his territory. In less than a day, Count Randner had already made his move. The harsh winter in Erewhon was not yet over, and it was much earlier than Brando had expected. He asked Medisha to praise the little Roman in their telepathic communication, but he was not too surprised by the news. The entire ABs had been preparing for this war for months, and they were waiting for this day. Besides, it would be too fake if they could not survive the first few weeks of the war. He then gave a few more instructions to Seal and asked the young mage to continue supervising the druids in his territory to reinforce the defensive line along the river. He also asked Seal to keep him updated on the situation once the battle started. Brando suddenly realized that the planeswalker's telepathic communication ability was really overpowered. It could even give him the ability to command the battlefield from afar. Although there were other magical items that could achieve the same effect, in a low-intensity war like the one in Erewhon, neither side could afford to pay such a price. But then he immediately sensed a weak telepathic call that should not exist. Mephistopheles? Brando stared in disbelief at the cute girl, who appeared in front of him. She was covered in blood, and her black dress was torn to shreds. Even her shoulders were exposed. Mephistopheles was lying in a pile of rubble, seemingly unconscious. She seemed to have climbed up from the bottom of the canyon. Perhaps she thought that Brando was still at the top, but she lost consciousness due to exhaustion. Mephistopheles seemed to have sensed Brando's call. Perhaps it was because of the special connection between a planeswalker and a planeswalker, but in the next moment, she suddenly blinked and woke up. The young girl's gentle face revealed a dreamy expression. Although her fair face was covered in blood, she still glowed with radiance. "Master, you've finally found me. I've been looking for you for a long time." Brando finally understood that the Mephistopheles did not enter the graveyard after Andesha knocked them out of the canyon. They had lost contact with each other when they entered the fog below. It was not strange when he thought about it. Mephistopheles had been strengthened many times at that time, and their strength was close to Veronica's. How could they die so easily? Perhaps it was because the cards had been reset every day, and their strength had returned to normal. That was why they fainted halfway through the climb. Brando could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the vampire was still around. Mephistopheles were gold-tier creatures, and they could reach elemental strength through sacrifice. With her around, it was equivalent to having a powerful ally. However, Brando still could not treat his summons as cards. He could not help but ask guiltily when he saw the girl in such a state. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Mephistopheles shook her head, but her face was a little red. "I'm just a little hungry, master." Under Scarlet's blushing face and Vahina's strange gaze, 2 sweet teeth marks appeared on Brando's neck. "Wait, didn't you say you can't bite my neck?" No matter how much Mephistopheles looked like a woman, Brando could not accept being bitten by a man on the neck. But he did not expect the Mephistopheles to be so fast. Even he could not react in time. Vampires were known for their speed. Back then, Andesha's strength was 2 ranks higher than Brendel's, and Brando's current strength was only at the upper middle of gold tier. Mephistopheles revealed 2 cute little fangs and answered shyly with a blushing face, "Because Mephistopheles is heavily injured, so I need Master's blood." And Master's blood is delicious. Brando could only look at the heavens speechlessly. Moreover, Mephistopheles was indeed injured because of him. Therefore, he could only strictly order this transvestite vampire not to approach his neck unless he had permission to do so. The small interlude soon calmed down. No matter what, Brando was willing to see his side become stronger in order to deal with the challenges from the north. A day later, the group finally left the canyon and returned to the Pass of Wolves. The terrifying scene from before was no longer visible in the Pass of Wolves. After the flame's seed was ignited, order was slowly being restored outside the loop of trade winds. At this moment, the dark forest welcomed its first morning after many days. The forest was quiet, and there were still sparkling dewdrops hanging from the leaves. But everything seemed peaceful. Regardless of whether it was the crews, Erewhon, or the remaining tree elves and centaurs, all of them came out from under the white stone. Brando, Veronica, and the others had not returned for a few days. Their return caused quite a commotion in the temporary camp. The first person Brando saw was Amandina running over in a hurry, followed by Falerne and her younger sister. Tia had been revived during the reset, but the others did not know about it. They only thought that she had lost her way and found her way back. "My lord." Amandina was wearing a leather robe. She stood in front of Brando and exhaled a white breath. No matter how calm she appeared on the surface, she could not hide the relief and joy in her eyes. "I'm back." Brando did not miss Amandina's tired expression, but to this girl he trusted the most, his answer was only a slight nod. That was enough. He and Amandina were actually very similar people. Their minds were clear, and they could understand each other's thoughts. As the best of partners, they did not need to speak much to understand each other's thoughts. This was the unreserved trust between them. Even if the emperor of the Cruz Empire valued her talent and personally came to hire her, she would not be willing to leave this place. She believed that other than Brando, no one else could give her this kind of trust and understanding. Amandina began to believe that this kind of trust was beyond the hazy love between a man and a woman. It was purely a kind of mutual need and dependence on each other. Brando did not ask any more questions. He raised his head and looked at the white stone. The arrogant second son of Lord Maxon, Carglass, smiled and bowed his head in greeting. It was almost like the etiquette of a retainer. This young man, who was supposed to stand on the side of the nobles, had chosen to fight for another cause. In the past few months of battles, including the performance during the Wolf Tide, he had won the basic trust of Brando. With this foundation of trust, he had everything. Behind Carglass were the youths from Erewhon. They were still immature, and there were even some nobles among them. After the calamity of wolves, these youths seemed to have found their own direction in the turbulence of history. They were reborn, and their expressions showed maturity and determination. "My lord." When the youths saw Brando and the others walking out of the forest, they quieted down. The story of the past few days was like a legend that they had personally experienced. Brando alone entered the loop of trade winds and ignited the flame seed at the most critical moment. They saw with their own eyes the moment the calamity of wolves was completely eliminated. Such a magnificent scene made everyone feel as if they could hear the loud bang of history and the future. Just a day ago, the Druids of the Green Tower had also sent people to express their gratitude. After the Druids, the mercenaries and the survivors of other forces, apart from the envoys of other countries, more or less came to express their gratitude. Not to the Kurlutz people, but to the Green Tower. This confirmed the guesses of the youths. On that night, when the pillars of light that represented order disappeared in the violent storm, only one person lit up the lighthouse of this world. This time, Erewhon was the main character. Even the Cruz Empire had to step aside. Of course, Brando didn't know that his actions had won him many potential friends. The survivors of the calamity of wolves were more or less indebted to him. One couldn't imagine the gratitude one would feel when a stranger saved one's life in a desperate situation. When the calamity of wolves was at its most violent, everyone thought that the darkness had completely suppressed the light. Even the last trace of order had disappeared. The Green Tower's light was about to be extinguished. But when a ray of light flashed from the bottom of their eyes and completely dispelled the darkness, everyone had the same question in their hearts. What was that? But when they learned of Brendel's plan from the Druids, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Of course, this sudden shock and gratitude might only be temporary. But in any case, when Brando interacted with these people in the future, this moment of gratitude would earn him a lot of points. This was a huge gain for him. But Brando didn't know this at the moment. He only felt that these youths were unbelievably quiet when they saw him. He had a high prestige among these youths before, but that was the prestige of a lord. But at this moment, they looked at him as if he was their king. If one day they became knights, they would answer to Brando's call and fight for a heroic king. This was the dream of countless young knights. After the four sages, there was only one such king in the past, and that was Erewhon's predecessor, King Eric. But he had passed away, and Wonde had been calling for heroes for 100 years. Looking at these youths, Brando was satisfied. The embryonic form of the White Lion Legion had appeared. He took a step forward and placed his right hand on the hilt of Halran Gaia. The calamity of wolves is over, but your true enemy is right before your eyes. Now, follow me and prepare to return to the Green Tower. Long live Erewhon! Long live Erewhon! Everyone was in an uproar. P.S. I'm sorry, but I forgot to delete the draft when I was writing. I only discovered it after a book friend reminded me. But there are still more than 3,200 words left. But Qidian can only edit more, not less. Damn it, it's really troublesome. Let's take up more words at the end. I'll post the attributes of Heaven's Chosen here. The readers in the group have been asking about it. Heaven's Chosen is a Halo-type talent. The first attribute is to increase the morale and defense of the troops under your command. You must be a direct subordinate. There is no limit to the number of races under your command, and your territory's honor will increase faster. Territory's honor is a special resource of the Lord system. It can be used to increase the power of items like the core crystal. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it on Qidian. Calm. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 475. The situation of the Druid surprised Brendel quite a bit. There were more than 1,000 survivors in the Green Tower, and the number of Druid apprentices and tree elves that came to the Loop of Trade Winds was more than a quarter of the total population of the Loop of Trade Winds. This was a lot better than the calamity of wolves that happened in history, where most of the Druids were killed. Brando had thought that the Druids would have to pay a heavy price for rewinding history by himself, but it seemed that he had done a better job than expected. The thousands of players in history might not have been of much use, but the two great adepts of the Silver Alliance, William and Tolman, had been the stabilizing force of the situation. The Druids welcomed them back from the Loop of Trade Winds with the highest ceremony. Even though there were many things that needed to be done in the city, hundreds of high-grade Druids still drew out their precious mana from the pool of nature to lay down a path of flowers for Brando from the Wall of Roses. The day they arrived at the Green Tower, the entire city had turned out in full force. The young nobles were excited because Brando had joked that there might be elven beauties who would give them a kiss. Of course, the scene they had imagined did not happen. The elven girls were still reserved and cautious. They hid in the forest and looked at the heroes of other races with curiosity. There were no kisses, but at least everyone received a wreath from the elven girls. Brando even received two, but he did not have time to see the faces of the two elven girls who gave him the wreaths. The one who led the Druid elders to welcome them was Quinn. The leader of the tree elves walked up to Brendel and opened his arms to hug the youth. He gently patted the youth's shoulders. This was the highest form of respect a hunter could give to a comrade. It was obvious that the leader of the tree elves had acknowledged the honor of fighting alongside Brendel. To the elves, this was a friendship of life and death. Quinn took a step back and spoke in the language of the tree elves, Aten Mistaler. The forest is evergreen with you, my friend. Aterosdar, ex Dorman. The forest is evergreen, and the bowstring is humming. Brendel replied calmly in the tree elven language. A trace of surprise flashed across Quinn's face. The tree elves' language, which was developed from the wood tribe's language, was completely different from the wind elves' language. He didn't expect Brando to understand the meaning of his words, but he didn't expect that not only did he understand, but his reply was also completely in line with the tree elves' etiquette. The Druid elders behind Quinn were also surprised. It was unthinkable for a human to know so much about their habits. Of course, they didn't know that Brando was different from ordinary people. He had lived in many places and understood many cultures and customs that ordinary people didn't know. At this moment, Quinn revealed a kind smile and said, "You didn't disappoint us and we won't go against our oath. You are now the lord of this land." He raised both his hands and revealed a white acorn in his palms. Brando was shocked when he saw the white acorn. "This is the fruit of the white sacred oak. You're giving this to me." In the tree elves' traditions, they worshipped the white sacred oak, which was the guardian of all souls in the forest. There was a white sacred oak in the Green Tower where the fire seed was stored. It was the spiritual home of all elves and druids. Quinn gave him the fruit of the white sacred oak, which meant that he regarded him as his lord. Generally speaking, only the Grand Druid Elder had the right to hold the fruit of the white sacred oak. "You should be familiar with our traditions, right, Brando?" Quinn held the fruit with both hands and said to Brando. Brando nodded and looked at the smiling Quinn and the druids behind him in surprise. Could it be that they were bowing down to him because he had saved this place? That was a little too ridiculous. Quinn seemed to have seen through Brando's doubts and explained, according to tradition, we and the druids would follow our traditions and gradually move out of the civilized areas to guard the new Black Forest. However, my lord, we've carefully considered your proposal. If you're willing to open up the wilderness and follow the path of the ancient sages, we're willing to submit to you. You're also thinking of recuperating, right? Brando asked. Quinn had a look of appreciation on his face. As tree elves, they rarely beat around the bush during negotiations. Brendel was clearly aware of their habits and was willing to do as the Romans did. Quinn nodded, yes, we and the druids will need a few years to recuperate. During this time, we'll be able to witness you fulfill your promise. I'm afraid a few years won't be enough. But if you just want to see if I'm a man of my word, I don't mind. Brando nodded and secretly rejoiced. Things had gone much smoother than he had expected. He had told the druids about his long-term plans so that he could keep the tree elves, druids, and centaurs. Of course, the Green Tower had suffered heavy losses. Although their population was better than before, most of them were elderly, children, and women. The warriors had suffered heavy losses during the calamity of wolves. Even if they joined him, they wouldn't be able to provide much help in the upcoming war. At most, they would be a long-term investment. However, Brando didn't make a decision immediately after receiving the oak fruit. He pondered for a moment before saying, but I think it's best if we remain allies. This is my territory, but it's also your home. We have a common goal, so there's no need for formalities. Why? Quinn didn't expect Brando to decline. He could see that this young man's goal was this land. I need a wholehearted ally, not a subordinate who feels restrained. Brando replied. He knew that the tree elves and druids wouldn't be used to living like humans. Since that was the case, he might as well be generous. After all, the druids and tree elves would definitely join his army to protect their homeland. Quinn gave him a serious look and turned to look at the other druid elders. Everyone had a satisfied look on their faces. You're the most unique human I've ever met. Brando, can we be friends? Quinn asked. Brendel nodded. Friends needed time to grow, and he understood what the tree elf meant. Then, my friend, may I invite you to our celebration? Quinn asked with a smile. However, Brando shook his head and said, I'm afraid not. Quinn, I need your help. Help? Yes. I'm going to leave this place and return to my territory. However, I need a batch of supplies, armor, and weapons. Also, I need a group of Pegasi that can quickly send us out of the dark forest. Brando replied. As soon as he said this, the surroundings immediately quieted down. Carglass and Coden finally understood why Brando was in such a hurry to bring everyone back to the Green Tower. It seemed like something had happened in the territory. Quinn pondered for a moment. Are you in trouble, human friend? Yes. My territory is under threat. I need to solve this problem before I can return to fulfill my promise with you. Is it a war? Brando nodded. The tall tree elf leader had a look of understanding in his eyes. He straightened his body and turned around to face his people in the forest. Did you hear that? Our human ally needs an army that can fight. He once went into a dangerous place alone and saved everyone here from the darkest of situations. Now, my fellow tree elves, are you the kind of people who cherish your own lives? Quinn's voice reverberated throughout the forest. Brando was stunned. He knew the current situation of the druids and knew that it was impossible for them to continue participating in the war. However, what the tree elf leader was doing now was to gather an army. Quinn, I want to fight by your side, human friend. Quinn smiled at him. You're right. This is your territory and our home. Without bloodshed and battle, how can we protect this precious treasure? There was no passionate reply. Instead, the elves with longbows walked out of the forest one after another. Most of them were women because most of the adult males had perished in the calamity of wolves. Then came the centaurs. Of course, the centaurs would not back down in the pursuit of glory. The druids also responded to the call. They were a group of people who did not care about the outside world, but that did not mean that they were indifferent to the outside world. Just like what they had promised, the war to protect was meaningful to them. Even so, the army that had gathered outside the forest only had a few hundred people. The druids had suffered heavy losses in the calamity of wolves, and this was something that could not be helped. However, to everyone's surprise, before the elves could stand still, another group of elves walked out of the forest. They were mercenaries and adventurers. These humans were wearing a variety of armor and looked like an army of beggars, but they all stood out. After these people walked out, the forest became silent again. Soon, a man was elected from the group. "My lord, thanks to your grace, we were able to survive this calamity. Now, I heard that you need an army." The bearded, sloppy man blinked his eyes, spread his hands, and asked lazily, "Then, if I may be so bold as to ask, do you need an army that is born for war and is willing to accept your employment?" Brando suddenly felt a little speechless. "What price can you offer?" he asked in a deep voice as if he was really negotiating a price. "How about a gold coin?" the man asked. Brando looked at him. "Good, now you are my knight. 1 gold coin, and I promise to bring you to witness my victory," he replied. Without any unnecessary words, the mercenaries pulled out their swords and raised them high. A forest of swords. Then, the elves knocked their longbows. Brando suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Humans and elves stood together again after thousands of years. The sacred oath of the past seemed to be replayed at this moment. No one would forget today's oath of alliance. Everyone who witnessed this moment would remember it for the rest of their lives. The young people behind him also pulled out their swords. This scene was too shocking. Even Coden and Mephisto, who did not have a clear sense of belonging, could not help but lose their ability to speak. This alliance did not seem strong, but in the end, it seemed to have a magical power that could change everything. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 476. The combined forces of the humans and elves numbered close to 1,000. However, the adventurers and mercenaries who dared to venture into the dark forest were all elites. Most of them were at the pinnacle of the iron rank, and some were even at the silver rank. The tree elves were about the same. Those who were able to survive the calamity of wolves were at least at the silver rank. An army of nearly 1,000 silver-ranked and iron-ranked soldiers that were equivalent to Aween's knights and sergeants. Even the best army in Aween did not have such a luxurious lineup. Imagine the expression on Count Ranner's face if such an army suddenly appeared on the battlefield that he did not expect. The druids were working day and night to prepare the equipment for the army. There were great druids guarding the Nature's Pool and the Green Tower at all times. They used magic to create ironwood armor. Even though it was not as hard as real steel, it was much lighter and lighter. The centaur's smithy was lit up throughout the night, and the clanking of metal could be heard from miles away. Swords, spears, and halberds were constantly being produced and delivered to the hands of the centaur's smiths. The other factions that were still in the Green Tower also sent their own smiths over. The mountain dwarves even volunteered to join the centaur's smiths in the smithy to guide them in their work. Therefore, you could often see such a spectacle. A few dwarves, centaurs, and elves would stand together and argue with each other. Such a scene could only be seen in the era of the War of the Holy Saints. However, Brando knew that these factions either did not have any conflict of interest with Erwin, or did not even have any border with Erwin. This was why their envoys could express their gratitude to him. Even the coldest faction supported Brando verbally. If Brando were to return to the Empire, they would support him in the Holy Cathedral. This was a colleague from the Holy Cathedral of Fire. On the other hand, the Wind Elves claimed that they did not need to send reinforcements directly. The elegant elven envoy even joked that the Wind Elves had a precious friendship with their late king, Eric. But this was not a joke. Saint Tossol and Cruz had clashed with each other every year. The Saint Tossol people were only worried that they would not be able to seize the opportunity to send reinforcements. They were not worried that their neighbors would fly into a rage. These evil elves could not wait for His Majesty to die from anger. Even so, Brando still declined the other party's good intentions. After all, if the Saint Tossol were to intervene, it would become a war between the Holy Cathedral of Fire and the Holy Cathedral of Wind. Brando didn't want to start a holy war, and he didn't want to stand against the entire Holy Cathedral of Fire. In this regard, Orthless had the same opinion. Although Orthless was a wind elf, at this moment, she was on Brando's side. Naturally, she had to consider the issue from the standpoint of Erewhon's people. Her foresight had been experienced for thousands of years, and her wisdom in politics could only be better than Brando's. In the next few days, Brando met with an unexpected guest, Count Audine. It turned out that Erewhon's envoy was not completely wiped out that day. Count Audine, Dolent, and a few other small nobles were saved by Anderson, who was passing by. At this moment, Brando's prejudice against Erewhon's envoy was completely gone. From the moment Audine led the others to return and fight side by side with the centaur elder Widd, he thought that at least the descendants of the late king could pick up the long-lost flag from the battlefield. Then, the will of the Lionheart sword could also be inherited. Even so, the purpose of Audine's visit still surprised Brando. The Count looked at him deeply before telling him that they would consider persuading Her Highness to stand on his side. This was the first time Brando received kindness from a high-ranking noble in the kingdom. This was extremely important to him because his ultimate wish was not to stand against Her Highness. However, the change in Audine's attitude still surprised him. He knew that the internal strife of the nobles in the Erewhon kingdom would definitely not change just because he saved their lives. Odin was a soldier before he was a noble, and Brendel trusted his character. Brendel knew that Odin was a soldier first, and he was a nobleman after that. But Audine's answer was simple. After that day's charge, everyone who went through life and death with him had the same realization. It was as if the flag of the late king was once again flying on the battlefield, but the flag of Erewhon had not shone for too long. After that day's battle, almost all of the people of Erewhon who went along with him cried. It was not because of the fear of surviving, but because of regret. They were ashamed of their ancestors, and they were regretful of the lost glory. It had been many years since Audine had such a hot-blooded pursuit. He did not know who would be able to pick up King Eric's white flag. He used to place his hopes on the royal family of Corvado, but that day, he saw something different in Brando and the people who fought side by side with him. It was the kind of temperament that Bugha and the cunning fox had seen once in the south. It was the kind of oath that seemed to be engraved on the Lionheart sword. It was the belief that belonged to Erewhon. I only ask that you promise to always stand on the side of Erewhon, on the side of King Eric and his descendants. After saying this, Audine and Count Dolent left. Brando nodded. He had won the first promise from a noble in Erewhon. This promise tied him to the same war chariot in history. Now, everything was back to square one. The preparations for the war between the humans and the elves continued day after day. Brando originally planned to finish all the work in half a month, but the news from his territory had confirmed that Madara was involved. There were also many pieces of evidence that pointed to the commander of the skeletons being Incersta's right-hand man, Tarkus the One-Eyed Dragon. This was definitely bad news. Madara was like a sharp sword hanging over Brando's head. He had no choice but to bring forward the date by a week. After a week, the army had to move out. Of course, Brando did not slack off during this week. His priority was to increase his strength, and the best way to do so was to extract the EXP from the Book of Mavacart. That thing was like a treasure trove to him. When he was in the center of the loop of trade winds, he had only extracted a small amount of EXP, and he had already received around 30,000 EXP, leveling up from a level 27 mercenary to a level 28 one only required around 130,000 EXP. Of course, Brando did not dare to show this ability to Veronica when she was around. Even though the Cruz Empire's goddess of war was very fond of him, the Cruz Empire was still a potential enemy. Moreover, it was easy to be suspicious of someone who was growing stronger with every passing second. After Veronica left, Brando was in a hurry to return to the Green Tower. He did not have time to deal with the Amon's Book of Inheritance. It wasn't until the Elven and human allied armies were formed, and the Druid cities began to operate at full capacity that he finally had the time to spare. Brando asked Quinn to prepare a quiet room for him. He then took out the Book of Mavacart and began to touch it. Even though he was mentally prepared, the 130,000 EXP required for leveling up from level 27 to level 28 came to an end in just 2 minutes. When the system notification sounded, Brando was shocked by the speed of leveling up. It was faster than sitting on a rocket. It was so strange that it felt unreal. Brando suppressed the excitement and shock in his heart. The feeling of seeing his EXP bar skyrocket was too good. He almost wanted to stand up and dance for joy. After going through so much, he still had a basic level of calmness. He took a deep breath and continued to guide the energy into his own laws. 5 minutes later, 170,000 EXP was obtained. His mercenary level was now level 29. 10 minutes later, 220,000 EXP was obtained. His mercenary level was now level 30. Leveling up 3 times in half an hour was unrealistic. Brando looked at the ball of black light in his hand. Even after losing 500,000 EXP, it did not seem to have decreased. This meant that the power of the Book of Mavacart was greater than he had imagined. Brando couldn't help but tremble a little. After reaching level 30, he was not in a hurry to continue leveling up. Instead, he went to the Centaur's settlement and looked for a warrior grandmaster to discuss some problems regarding combat skills. Of course, he was not there to chat. Instead, he was there because once a class reached level 30, it would be able to learn a core skill related to that class. Skills exclusive to a class could be trained to master rank, but core skills required a certain level of attainment in that class. This level of attainment was usually at level 30, 40, and 60. After level 60, it was a completely different concept. Brando did not want to think about the chain quests related to Element Quest and Perfect Body for the time being. Brando had been to the Green Tower before, so he was quite familiar with the place after the Calamity of Wolves. Sure enough, he found the master warrior called Mainhoof in the Centaur district. Mainhoof looked no different from an ordinary centaur, but in reality, half of his blood flowed from the scorching river. He wasn't particularly outstanding among the master warrior NPCs in Woned, but Brando knew that there were 2 very powerful battle techniques taught by him. The first was called Piercing Strike. It was one of the most powerful low-level warrior skills, even surpassing some of the mid-level skills. It also had a chance to deal double critical damage. It was one of the early core skills of a warrior. The second skill was even stranger. It could only be used once and would not be added to the list of skills. This skill was called Bloodline Awakening. It was one of the innate abilities of a demon. Simply put, this ability reset the experience points of a player's skills. In fact, this was the only chance for players to reset their experience points before they could obtain the Meditation Incense. P.S. Someone asked about the Alpha Wolf Ekis. Of course, Ekis is still alive. It's not that easy to wake up from the demigod's slumber. Alpha Wolf Ekis is the final boss of the Calamity of Wolves, worldwide, quest in the past. It will be mentioned later. Someone also asked about the issue of re-updating. Actually, re-updating is inevitable. It's just a bottleneck for me. I'll talk to you about the specifics when I have time. Anyway, I think I've figured it out. You can call it a breakthrough. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.